Senate will come back to order. Busy day. Signing of enrolled acts. Boy, they coming fast and furious now. Senate enrolled act number 26, being original Senate file 13.
Enrolled Act number 26, being original Senate File 13, Wyoming National Guard member referral amendments, and act relating to defense forces and affairs.
I'm about to sign Senate enrolled act number 26, being original Senate file 13. I have so signed. Senate enrolled act number 25.
Senate Enrolled Act number 25, being original Senate File 12, Wyoming National Guard Re-enlistment Bonus Program, and act relating to defense forces and affairs.
I'm about to sign Senate enrolled act number 25, being original Senate file 12. I have so signed. Messages from the House.
Message number 240. Joint Conference Committee report adopted. Dear Mr. President, March 2nd, 2026, Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations. The House adopted the Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 59, noes 1, excused 2, signed Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk. Message number 236, third reading passed, dated March 2nd, 2026. The bill listed below passed the House on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 12, Wyoming National Guard Re-enlistment Bonus Program. Ayes 57, excused 5. Signed Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk. Message number 237, the bill listed below passed the House on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 13, Wyoming National Guard Referral Amendments. Ayes 57, excused 5. Signed Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk. Message number 235, concurrence requested. Medicaid rate, Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS service. The Senate file passed on third reading in amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 34, noes 23, excused 5. Message number 238, concurrence requested. Sex offenders, residents near child care facilities. The Senate file passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 58, excused 4. Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard amendments. The Senate file listed above passed third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 54, noes 6, excused 2. Each signed Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Tom. All right. Concurrence. Actually, Senator Olson, do you have a re-referral for me?
I do, Mr. President. Absent objection, I would like to re-refer House Bill 70, the Wyoming Granite Act, to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
Thank you. Hearing no objection, is so ordered. Chairman Salazar, do you have a time you can meet on that?
Mr. President, the Appropriations Committee will meet upon Committee of the Whole.
Okay, thank you.
In the Appropriations Committee on the third floor.
All right, on the Committee of the Whole, thank you. Bills on concurrences. Senator, who we got first? Senator Brennan, are you ready on message number, I don't have the message. Oh, 235 on Senate File 4.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
We'll
President.
I'll have it read in and then you can move it.
This?
Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services.
Okay, go ahead and move it, Senator Brennan.
Okay. I'd move message number 235 and ask for a favorable aye vote. Mr. President, we passed this bill out of here. It went to our friends on the other side, and I think they did some good work. They amended this on page 2, line 2, so that the Department of Health shall develop enhanced Medicaid rural and super rural fees scheduled for emergency medical services provided by ground ambulance service providers. And then they make some conforming amendments in where we change rate to rates. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote on concurrence.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence. Any discussion, any questions? Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 4 and vote aye. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 4. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Driscoll?
Excused?
Excused. McEwen?
Excused.
Excused. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 4, 28 aye, 1 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 4. Senator Olson, are you ready on message number 208?
Well, I am, Mr. President, but could I have a privilege of the floor first?
You can have both. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. President. So up in the gallery up in front of us, we have students from Wyoming Homeowner Academy, a charter school located here in, go ahead and stand up if you're a Homeowner student. That's a charter school located here in Cheyenne. It has both a primary and a secondary, so it's K through 12 charter school here in Cheyenne. Welcome them to the Senate.
All right. Welcome to the Senate. Thanks for joining us. Now, Senator Olson.
Yes, Mr. President, I will move message number 208 to what is originally Senate File 10 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Can we have it read in before you
Oh,
get too
yeah.
crazy? Reading clerk will read it in. Message 208 on Senate File 10.
Message 208, Senate File 10, contracts for holding and treating mentally ill detainees.
Okay, thank you.
So, body, as you may recall, this legislation, as it came out of the Joint Judiciary Committee, just allows for reimbursement from the state to the county detention center for detaining a mentally ill person. The bill originally did not have an appropriation in it because the appropriation was originally in the budget. That was taken out of the budget, and so the body down the hall put in an amendment to include the appropriation in this bill. But there's language in here that specifies that if it's put back into the budget, then the appropriation doesn't have any effect, so there's no double funding. I'm not sure, honestly, of the status in the budget. I've asked the Appropriations Committee if they can figure that out for me, but it doesn't matter because there won't be a double appropriation. It's either in the budget, and if it is, then this amendment doesn't do anything. If it's not in the budget, then we need this amendment because we do need to fund this mandate, if you will. So I will ask for your favorable consideration on the bill just for belt and suspenders.
Thank you. Any discussion on the concurrence? Any questions? We good? All right. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 10. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 10. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll excused. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 10 concurrence. 30 aye, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 10. Senator Rothfuss, are you ready on message 220?
I am.
All right, we'll have it read in.
Message number 220, Senate File 20, Data Privacy Government Entities.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move message number 220, concurrence requested regarding Senate File number 20, Data Privacy Government Entities, and ask the body to vote aye. Mr. President, this is a little cleanup insertion whereby a verification of the identity of an individual is required to be retrieved or obtained when they're making a request for either details about themselves or potential changes with those government records. Recall there are provisions that were put in through this particular act that allowed an individual, a citizen of the state of Wyoming, to make certain requests on their own data. And this just provides clarification that any entity that might provide that would be appropriately verifying the identity of that current or former Wyoming resident before handing over that information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence. Any questions for the bringer? Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 20. The chief clerk, please call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 20. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 20 concurrence, 28 aye, 3 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 20. Senator Case, ready to go on message 199? Yes, sir. Okay, let's read it in.
Message 199, Senate File 28, Elections, Voting Machine and Voting System Tests.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the Senate has been too agreeable for the past few votes. And Mr. President, I would move the concurrence message number 199 to Senate File 28, Election Voting Machine and Voting System Test, and I would ask the Senate to vote no. Mr. President, this deals with the bill we had quite a discussion on. We amended it in committee, and then we kind of refined those amendments here on this floor. And it deals with how the voting machine test occurs and who gets to come to the test. So our good friends down the hall, they made two changes to the bill. One was to put out the notice about when the test will be occurring. The bill originally said 2 days, they changed it to 4. I think we'd be happy with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But the issue is the language they struck, and we had put in with an amendment on this floor that the people that go to the voting machine tests are the political party representative, the representatives of independent candidates, and at the county clerk's discretion, not less than 3 members of the public, but not more than a number that will ensure the orderly testing of machines. They completely eliminated that language, and so now, so there is not, at the clerk's discretion, members of the public in a number that would accommodate by the room. Remember we had that discussion? So they took that out. So our good friends that run the elections around the state, they needed that amendment, they liked that amendment, and they were happy with it. They don't like the bill as it came, that our other friends down the hall did. So I ask you to vote no so we can sit down and talk about it and see what happens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence. Discussion. Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 28 and vote no. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 28. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. Love? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Rothfuss, no. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 28 concurrent, 6 aye, 25 no.
By your vote, you have failed to concur on Senate File 28. Joint Conference Committee Number 1 will be Senator Case Chairman, Senators Landon and Dockstetter. Senator Barlow, are you ready on message number 223?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, let's have that read in, please.
Message number 223, Senate File 8, Stem Cell Freedom Act.
Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, I move message 223, concurrence on Senate File 48, Stem Cell Freedom Act, and ask the body to vote aye on concurrence. Mr. President, you can take a look at the amendment. They were both technical corrections suggested by our staff, our legal staff. So the body of the bill remains the same, just 2 technical corrections, one in the title and then one in the numbering scheme. So aye on concurrence 223, Senate File 48, Stem Cell Freedom Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on concurrence. Questions for the bringer? Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 48 and vote aye. Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 48. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? I, Case. I, Cooper. I, Crago. I, Crum. I, Dockstetter. I, Driscoll. I, French. I, Guru. I, Hicks. I, Hutchings. I, Ide. I, Jones. I, Cole. I, Landon. I, Larson. I, Love. I, McEwen. I, Nethercott. I, Olson. I, Pappas. I, Pearson. I, Rothfuss. I, Salazar. I, Schuler. I, Scott. I, Steinmetz. I, President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 48, 31 aye.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 48. Senator Olson, you're back up again. Are you ready on message 211?
Yes.
Concurrence?
I
The
am,
reading
Mr.
clerk will
President.
read it in.
Message number 211, Senate File 41, portable benefit accounts.
Senator Olson.
Thank you. I will move message number 211 to Senate File 41, portable benefits accounts, and ask for your aye vote on this concurrence. So let's keep the positivity flowing here. This one is similar to the last bill you consider a change on. This is a technical correction. In the bill, we reference the statute that defines an independent contractor in Wyoming. There's actually two statutes that are both applicable to this bill, and we left one out. So all this amendment does is bring in the second statute so that we're clear on what we're referring to. It's a good amendment. Thank you.
All right. Discussion on the concurrence. Any questions for the bringer? Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 41 and vote aye. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 41. Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. Love. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 41, 31 aye.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 41. Senator Larson, are you ready to go on message 239? Okay, we'll have it read in.
Message number 239, Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard amendments.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, thank you. I move message number 239, concurrence on Senate File number 67, Wyoming State Guard amendments. This is a technical correction suggested by LSO. We missed it on this side when we did an amendment, so it's just deleting some wording in the description of the bill. I ask for your aye vote.
Okay, discussion on the concurrence. Questions? Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 67 and vote aye. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 67. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? I, French. I, Guru. I, Hicks. I, Hutchings. I, Jones. I, Cole. I, Landon. I, Larson. I, Love. I, McEwen. I, Nethercott. I, Olson. I, Pappas. I, Pearson. I, Rothfuss. I, Salazar. I, Schuler. I, Scott. I, Steinmetz. I, President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 6731, aye.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 67. Senator Salazar, you ready to go on message 238?
Yes, Mr. President, I would
Well, let's read it in first, and
Okay.
then we'll get to you.
Message number 238, Senate File 88, sex offenders, residents near child care facilities.
Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move concurrence on message 238 and urge you to vote aye. Honorable Senators, as you know, this is the sex offender residents near child care facilities. I will read to you what the House put in. A person who has established a residence within 1,000 feet of an existing child care facility is subsequently convicted of a crime that requires that person to register as a sex offender, shall not have to move unless the judge imposes the sentence, makes a specific finding that moving from that residence is necessary to protect children served by the child care facility. So basically, we have judicial oversight for those who are within 1,000 feet and then subsequently are convicted of a sex offense, so, and put on the register. I will say that I'm not enthusiastic about this, but I still believe the bill does a great deal to protect children, and I would ask for your aye vote.
All right, discussion on the concurrence. Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually thought this was a good bill. I'm a little bit nervous about what this does to the bill. I think it takes the heart out of the bill, and I mean, I'm not sure I'll be on the vote, but I just think it's worth noting that the sponsor had a good bill, brought a good idea to us. It passed here with a fairly high majority, and for whatever reason, our good friends down the hall have taken a chunk out of it, and I'm not super excited about that either. And I'm not afraid to go negotiate with them to put it back to where it needs to be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Crago. Anybody else? Any questions, comments on concurrence? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would it be appropriate to ask the original sponsor his thoughts on going back to the negotiating table?
Okay, well, Senator Hicks looks like he's got that look in his eye, and he's got something to say. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I share the concerns of my colleague from Johnson County. The Vice President brought us a good bill. I think it's worth having a conversation. Maybe they can prevail upon us of the wisdom of their thought as to why they did something. But right now, Mr. President, I'm mystified as to why that language is in there whatsoever, so.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Salazar.
Vote non-concurrence.
There we go. That's my boy. All right, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 88 and vote no. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 88, Anderson. No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Biteman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 88 concurrence, 1 aye, 30 no.
By your vote, you have failed to concur on Senate File 88. Conference Committee, let's do Salazar Chairman, Crago, and Hicks. Since they spoke up, they get to go fight. All right, Senator Hicks, you're in a fighting mood. What do you got on message number 226? Let's read it in first before we get your motion here.
Message number 226, Senate File 119, Strategic Investments and Projects Account, Repeal 2.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move message number 226 to the original Senate File 119, Strategic Investment and Projects Account, Repeal 2. Members of the body, I'm going to ask you to vote for concurrence on this. Our friends down the other end of the hall caught a little thing. Historically, the governor's been able to profile the money in the SIPA, and so it was left at when we repealed the SIPA, he lost that ability to profile that amount of money. So they just brought in the statutory provision that says the governor can profile 5% to 20%. That 20% is substantively similar to whatever was in the SIPA that the governor's been able to profile historically. So that just provides the same authority, and the governor has access to those approximately the same amount of money that was in the SIPA. So it really doesn't change anything other than it provides that opportunity to profile that money in the LSRA. So I'd ask for your vote of concurrence. Vote aye.
Okay, discussion on the concurrence. Seeing none. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 119 and vote aye. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 119, Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Biteman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 119, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 119. What is this? Oh, the budget. Signing of enrolled acts. Senate File 1.
Enrolled Act number 27, original Senate File 1, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 27, being original Senate File 1. So signed. Okay. Let's do reports from standing committees.
Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 52, engrossed, Elections, Hand Counting for Records. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, voting aye, Senators French, Larson, and Salazar, excuse Senators Driscoll and Garou, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 16, engrossed, Secretary of State, expedited filings. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, voting aye, Senators French, Larson, and Salazar, excused Senators Driscoll and Garou, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom was referred House Bill 84, falsifying election documents, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass, voting aye, Senators Boner, Dockstetter, Landon, and Steinmetz, voting no, Senator Case, signed Senator Case, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred House Bill 80, engrossed, identification cards renewal for care facility residents, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass amended, voting aye, Senators Brennan, Crum, and Hutchings, excuse Senators Scott and Steinmetz, signed Senator Brennan, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's see. Before we go into second reading, Mr. Vice President, can you come up here for a quick second? I got a question for you on a concurrence conference committee. So we'll appoint a joint conference committee number 1 to House Bill 36. It'll be Senator Garou chairman, Senator Salazar and Driscoll. It's on House Bill 36. And we'll hold off on that one. All right. Finally, bills on second reading at 3:07 p.m. Bills on second reading. House Bill 3, second reading of the bill.
House Bill 3, Wyoming Pregnancy Centers, Autonomy and Rights, sponsored by Labor.
House Bill 3, having an amendment. Will the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 3, second reading, amendment number 1, page 1, line 6.
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. President. So last week when we were talking about this bill on first reading, general file, I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3. Ask for your favorable consideration. So, Mr. President, last week when we were talking about this bill on general file, I brought up the conversation about right of intervention and also the continued degradation of our Sovereign Immunity Act, Governmental Immunity Act. And so what this amendment does is just goes in and takes out those portions of the bill that deal with that. You still can bring an injunctive, equitable, or declaratory relief case as permitted by law. And there could be other cases that you could bring. So that's on the amendment. If you look at it, there's language that says nothing in this subsection shall be construed to limit any other remedies that may be available under any other federal, state, or municipal law. And so that's essentially what it is. I think it's worthy of discussion, as I mentioned last week, and I won't take too much time because I spent a lot of time last week talking about it. But I think we just need to be careful about this. And in this bill in particular, I think it's appropriate to remove that. I know we've had other bills that have gone through here where it's we have to create a balance. And I think on this particular bill, Mr. President, the balance is, favors not having money damages, not having the attorney's fees provision, and removing that right of intervention. So I ask for your favorable consideration, and thanks for the discussion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Crago. Discussion on the amendment? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment, good senators. You've heard me repeat what the good senator who sits in front of me state about the concern over governmental immunity. It's a very real concern. The taxpayers pay that debt. And also attorney fees is the American rule in the United States is that each party bears their own attorney fees. So if you want to carve out these odd exceptions, we may as well just do it across the board. And we can just really become a fully litigious society rather than prioritizing one type of cause of action over another to allow for that. So I'm on and for the amendment because it really brings, I think, this nationally crafted piece of legislation more in line and consistent with Wyoming jurisprudence, which is best.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, House Bill 3 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. House Bill 69, second reading of the House bill.
House Bill 69, Department of Health land transfers engrossed, sponsored by Representative Larson.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just if I could take a moment here to show people that I did cause a map and a packet to be passed out to all of you about this particular piece of land, which is in Lander next to the Wyoming Life Resource Center. If you just take a look at that map, you can see the land we're talking about. There is a parcel that's 28.94 acres, and that is going to the Wyoming Department of Transportation. And then you can see 3 smaller parcels that in total are about 90 acres, and that would be the land that would be going to be auctioned for residential. You can also see from that map, north is to the top of the map, Mr. President, that to the east, to the far, the right as you're holding the map, there's a parcel that's cut off that's in gray. That's a 640 acre state parcel that'll still be in agricultural use. North of that is another 160 acres state parcel that'll be in agricultural use. Down below is a rectangle that's kind of orangish, not as orange as the one going to the Department of Transportation. That's belongs to the Fremont County School District. That could potentially be a school site. And not shown on the map, but clearly to the far right is some land that's about 3 square miles of land that belongs to the military department. And so just try to explain here how there's just all this state land available. The Honor Farm will have lots of land to lease if they want to. There is room for the Life Resource Center to grow, because you can look at their footprint there. There's still a lot of vacant land next to it. And so that's all the land details. So you can see how close it is to the residential areas. And I might note, it'd be a little hard to pick out, but where East Main and Highway 789 come together, kind of where the 2 orange roads come together, that intersection, you can just look a little bit to the south and a little bit to the west, kind of in that corner, and that's where the existing Wyoming Department of Transportation facility is. You can see how small that is. It's probably less than 5 acres, maybe 4 or 5 acres. So they're going to get a big gain by this and do a better job. Thank you, Mr. President. Any questions? Happy to answer.
All right, discussion. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just have the question of whether the Honor Farm was actually asked about this and their opinions, and if they actually know for sure that they're going to be able to secure new leases. Because I know that leases for agriculture are few and far between and tough to get, and so I would be interested in knowing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a real quick question to the good senator back in the corner. I know this got amended out in the House or across the hall here, and do you know the discussion on why that was? That's all I want to know. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Anybody else? Will we go back to the Senator Case for your second time?
Mr. President, I'll take the last question first. I think it's because the bill is written and provided for a land transfer, where the state of Wyoming would have been given the money to the city of Lander. And this amendment that I have brought has it go according to the disposal of property, so it'd be at an auction, market value, auction. But as the bill was previously written, the plot was given to YDOT and the plot was given to the city of Lander without a sale. So this is much better. I think our friends will like that. With regards to the Honor Farm is its own institution, Mr. President. It has its own things. They recently allowed their own land to be given up for the part of the city of Riverton's hospital and other part there. If they really cared about that land, they would have done something about that. And so I just point that out. This is land that is 30 miles away for them. And they run cattle through all this as part of their programs, but most of this land will still be available for them should they want. They are the lessee, I assume. I don't know the exact arrangements, but they run cattle on there now. And so if they don't want to give that up, they can still do it on the 640, the 160, and I assume the school district has given it to them too for 60 and 40. That's a lot of land, Mr. President. So I hope we don't get in the way of thinking about the Life Resource Center. This will benefit them and the city of Lander and the residential over kind of a temporary use that's been involved for the Honor Farm. It's kind of the tail wagging the dog, I think, if we overly force the Honor Farm to be maintained as the lessee. And so I hope you won't go down that road. There are going rates for agricultural leases all around Fremont County. I happen to manage a place on the reservation that belongs to our church. We'd be happy to lease it to the Honor Farm for the right price. There is other land available. Anyway, I hope that helps, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. House Bill 69 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. House Bill 78, second reading of the House bill.
House Bill 78, Forest Health Grant Program sponsored by Water.
There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 78, second reading, amendment number 1, page 1, line 16.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 78. Folks, we had a little discussion on the floor about how this worked with the AG and entities, and this amendment cleans all that up. Page 1, line 16, after the count created, it inserts eligible entities, and that makes it where the only entities that are eligible are nonprofits and government agencies. And once we do that, it's all clean up all the way down to page 4, line 6, and we can delete the written opinion of the Attorney General because he doesn't need to make one anymore. It's basically just a cleanup that makes it where it's a workable deal and makes it clean. Stand for question, ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Discussion, questions on the amendment? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, line 6 of the amendment, state forester may only grant funds to nonprofit and governmental organizations. The governmental organizations, Mr. President, make all kinds of sense to me. The nonprofits I would think they might be a violation of Article 16, Section 6 with a grant, Mr. President. I'm a little concerned about that.
Further discussion, questions for the bringer? Anybody else? Senator Hicks?
So, Mr. President, this is the exact language that's in the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust statutes that's been in place for 20-plus years, and so we haven't had any problem with that. I'm assuming that this is consistent with everything we've already done with that program, and so there has not been any questions about the constitutionality of doing that. And so I think we have 20-year track record here to say this is really not an issue.
Okay. Anybody else? You good, Senator Driscoll? Yep, he's shaking his head yes. We're voting on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 78. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion has been adopted. Second reading amendment number 2. Will the reading clerk please read that one in?
House Bill 78, second reading amendment number 2, page 1, line 5.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 78 and ask for your favorable considerations, member of the body. This just goes into the bill and removes the sunset date on this program, which was 2030. For those of us that got to sit through the forest health briefing, this issue of dealing with these catastrophic accumulations of fuels and fire is not going away. In fact, it's actually escalating. When every year your state forestry flies every forest in the state of Wyoming, and they get an aerial imagery of that, and our beetles and our mortality and our disease is going up. So in the next 15 years, we're projecting an additional 3 million acres of forest to be dead and dying. The accumulations of fuel's not going away. We know the rate on investment is 7 to 1. For every dollar we put into these type of projects, it reduces the cost of suppression by $7. It makes no sense, knowing that we have this impending problem out there, to sunset a program. We can always come and adjust the appropriations. That goes through the appropriations process as part of their budget on a biennial basis. But to just get rid of the program, knowing that the magnitude of the problem is growing, not diminishing, makes no sense. And so this just gets rid of the sunset date on the program. Stand for any questions.
Okay. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Stand in full support of it. We try to do other things like run through prescribed burns, and it just, we're not keeping up as well described. We are way behind on our forest health and actually using the product for a good purpose. Stand for the amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, we're voting on second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 78. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That motion carries. Second reading amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none. House Bill 78 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. House Bill 87, second reading of the House bill.
House Bill 87, Omnibus Water Bill, Planning, sponsored by Water.
House Bill 87 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. House Bill 122, second reading of the House bill.
House Bill 122, Wyoming Rural Health Transformation Program, engrossed, sponsored by appropriations.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill 122, the Rural Health Transformation Bill, we've had a lot of questions. I hope you all got my email on Friday.
answering the questions that we had. And this afternoon, upon adjournment in the JAC room, members from the department that takes care of our health and health matters will be available to answer those questions between now and third reading. So I just want to let everyone know. If you don't, I've got a printout of some of the questions that were there, but like I say, I think I sent you a synopsis of all of them. It's in your inbox from me, so bring those questions with you. If you didn't get the answers you wanted, if you want more clarification or want more context, that'll be the place to get it.
Thank you so much, Senator Guerrero. Discussion on the bill? Seeing none. House Bill 122 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Bills on third reading and final passage. Madam Majority Floor Leader, do we have a consent list today?
Yes, Mr. President, and I move third reading consent list as follows. House Bill 2, Fast Track Permits Act. House Bill 23, Participation in 6 through 12 Activities. House Bill 24, Review of Charter School Applications. House Bill 25, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program Amendments. House Bill 28, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments. House Bill 75, Virtual Currency Kiosks. And House Bill 128, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption.
Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader. Would anybody like any of these bills removed from the consent list? Senator Case? He's good? All right. It's a record, ladies and gentlemen. All right, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the Senate? Senate File 2, Fast Track Permits Act. Excuse me, House Bill 2, Fast Track Permits Act. House Bill 23, Participation in 6 through 12 Activities. House Bill 24, Review of Charter School Applications. House Bill 25, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program Amendments. House Bill 28, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments. House Bill 75, Virtual Currency Kiosks. And House Bill 128, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Grego. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. Love. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
On the consent list, 31 aye.
Sergeant at Arms, Dick, can you get Senator Cooper out of the lobby if he's out there? I'm just checking. I don't want him to have to miss third reading. Okay, he's coming.
House Bill 2, are there any changes? Closing vote.
Yes, Senator Case.
He could enter a vote at this time. If he were to vote aye, either way. Just a point of order.
Yeah, Senator Cooper, we're voting on the consent list. You were marked as excused.
Nothing yet.
Oh, he was present, okay. Okay, just double checking, thank you. Thank you, Senator Case. Yep, you're good.
House Bill 2, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 2, 31 aye. House Bill 23, are there any changes? Case? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 23, 30 aye, 1 no. House Bill 24, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 24, 31 aye. House Bill 25, are there any changes? Aye. Aye to no. McEwen? Aye to no. Pearson? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 25, 28 aye, 3 no. House Bill 28, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 28, 31 aye. House Bill 75, are there any changes? Closing vote. Oh, aye? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 75, 30 aye, 1 no. And lastly, House Bill 128, are there any changes? Case aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 128, 30 aye, 1 no.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 2, Fast Track Permits Act, House Bill 23, Participation in 6 through 12 Activities, House Bill 24, Review of Charter School Applications, House Bill 25, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program Amendments, House Bill 28, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments, House Bill 75, Virtual Currency Kiosks, and House Bill 128, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption, have passed the Senate. Another one. Regular third reading. We have an amendment. Okay, House Bill 45, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 45, long-term homeowner tax exemption revisions, an act relating to taxation engrossed, sponsored by Revenue.
There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 45, third reading, amendment number 1, page 1, line 2.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move reading number 3, amendment number 1 to House Bill 45. This is a pretty simple amendment. It's kind of some housekeeping, just to make sure we don't have people double stacking exemptions. In other words, there's some question right now, the way both are written. You could literally take your 50% homeowners exemption, and if the People's Initiative passes, that one also. thus reducing your actual deductions down to about 73%. So basically, this amendment cleans that up. I'll stand for any questions, and I urge your aye vote.
While you're still standing, are you on the corrected copy, Senator McEwen, or the original? Because I just got handed a corrected copy. It's third reading amendment number 1. Folks, make sure you all have the corrected copy. I see some heads nodding that we have the corrected copy. And it's not online? Oh, it is?
Okay, this is for the 25%. That's what got corrected. So you can't take the 25% and the 50%. Now I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Questions on the corrected copy of third reading amendment number 1, that's House Bill 45. Any questions? Seeing none, we're voting on third reading amendment number 1, corrected copy to House Bill 45. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That amendment has been adopted. We're on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 45.
House Bill 45, third reading amendment number 2, page 1, line 4.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 2, third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 45, and there is not a corrected copy of it. And basically what I spoke on the first time is you can't stack the two 50% exemptions on top of each other. The beauty of the way this all fleshed out, the taxpayer can choose which exemption they want. They want the 50% on the structure or the 50% on the land and improvements. And it varies by how much land you have, which one you take. And the 25% is the same way. The 25% covers land and the structure, and the initiative only covers the structure. So I'll stand for any questions on that one.
All right. Any questions on third reading amendment number 2? Senator Grew, go to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for the bringer. Did the assessors get a chance to weigh in on that one, and were they comfortable with that idea? It sounds like a good solution, but I just wanted to make sure they don't want to get out ahead of my assessor.
Okay, Senator Craigo.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Similar line of question, I guess, is, and I hadn't really thought about this, so I'm glad we actually have the amendment in front of us to create that discussion, is I think a lot of us assumed if the initiative passed, a lot of our other current statutes would go away at some point, and we had talked about that in previous sessions. I know last year we even talked about that, and part of the reason would be is just creating an easier system for our assessors. Now, if they have to keep track of multiple exemptions within the same program, and then on top of that, we now have the 50%, and they're gonna have to explain to people, it's gonna create a lot of chaos within their offices. I'm not sure this is exactly where we wanna go. I think we would have time next year to deal with that, no matter what happens with the language on the amendment or on the passage of the bill. But I think we better think about that carefully and go home and talk to our assessors and come back next year if the initiative does pass, and be ready to tackle that particular issue, because I can see that creating all sorts of havoc for our folks back home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Craigo, anybody else for the bringer? All right, back to you, Senator McEwen.
The assessors were in full favor of this amendment. In fact, they helped us write it. So they are supporting it. And yeah, I think it's a good idea if the initiative does pass, if we relook some language next year. But I think for this year, we should go ahead and pass the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bringer already went for a second time. So we're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 45. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Third reading amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Senator Wright, did you have a question? Oops.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just to weigh in on that last conversation, we did have actually the Department of Revenue there as well to weigh in on that double dipping on the 2 exemptions if the People's Initiative passed. And they're the ones that pretty much said, yeah, you clean this up, and that's what we did here in the Revenue Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator McEwen.
The other thing is, during the interim, we're looking at how to streamline all this also. So you should see another bill next session. We'll go one way or the other, depending on what happens with the People's Initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. House Bill 45, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall this bill pass the Senate? The chief clerk will call the roll.
House, excuse me, House Bill 45, third reading roll call. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Case conflict? Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll conflict? Conflict? French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks conflict? Thank you. Conflict. Hutchings? Aye. 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 Jones? Aye. Kolb? Kolb conflict. Landon? Conflict. Larson? Aye. Love? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Conflict. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler conflict? Thank you. Schuler conflict. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Crum, aye to conflict. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. House Bill 45, 23 aye, 8 conflict.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, the majority of the people under 65 elected to the Senate, House Bill 45 has passed the Senate. Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears we're at that order of business of consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator Schuler, come on down. They're a lively bunch.
Committee of the Whole will come to order. So here's the deal. If you don't get it right the first time, you have to come back up a second time. So practice makes perfect. Here I am. All right. First order of business is House Bill 126. Will the clerk read the bill?
House Bill 126, engrossed Human Heartbeat Act, an act relating to public health and safety, sponsored by Representative Nyman, referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation, voting aye, Senators Brennan, Hutchings, and Steinmetz, voting no, Senator Scott, excused, Senator Crum. Signed, Senator Brennan, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Brennan? I can find you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 126 do pass. And there is a standing committee amendment. Can we have that read in at this time?
Go ahead.
House Bill 126, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1. Page 2, lines 12 through 23.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For an explanation of the bill, we're going to go to Senator Hutchings, and then when she's done, Senator Steinmetz will take up the standing committee amendment.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I have a lot of notes on this bill, so I will try to give you the condensed version so we can move along to the other bills. House Bill 126 is an act to public health and safety, providing legislative findings, specifying requirements associated with the termination of pregnancies, prohibiting procedures that terminate the life of a child with a detectable heartbeat, specifying exceptions to the prohibition, specifying penalties, providing definitions, and making conforming amendments. I'm going to go into a little bit of the historical background behind the initiation of this bill. The states have a compelling interest to protect the life of the unborn. In Roe v. Wade, 1973, Madam Chair, the courts first formally recognized that states have an legitimate interest in protecting and the potentiality of human life. In 1992, Planned Parenthood versus Casey reaffirmed the state's interests but shifted the framework, holding that the state has a legitimate interest in fetal life from the outset of pregnancy. In 2022, Dobbs versus Jackson, Wyoming's health organization, the Supreme Court overturned Roe and Casey, ruling that the United States Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. This decision returned the authority to regulate or prohibit abortion entirely to individual states, allowing them to prioritize the protection of unborn life at any stage of development based on their legislative judgment. Now I'll take you to our Wyoming Constitution. Article 1, Section 2, the equality of all in their inherent right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All members of the human race are equal, born or unborn. That's my little addition. And in Article 1, Section 38, C, the legislature may determine reasonable and necessary restrictions on the rights granted under this section to protect the health and general welfare of the people or to accomplish the other purposes set forth in the Wyoming Constitution. Going on to Article 7, Section 20, the duties of the legislature to protect and promote health and morality of the people. As the health and morality of the people are essential to their well-being and to the peace and permanence of the state, it shall be the duty of the legislature to protect and promote these vital interests by such measures for the encouragement of temperance and virtue and such restrictions upon vice and immorality of every sort as are deemed necessary to the public welfare. We have spent millions trying to keep young people in the state, Madam Chair. So it would be sad at the beginning of their lives that we would not be willing to allow, or we would be willing to allow the termination without restrictions on innocent lives. Going on to page 2 of the bill, Romanet I, in State versus Johnson, 2026, Wyoming 1, the Wyoming Supreme Court interpreted Article 1, Section 38 of the Wyoming Constitution to include a right to make health care decisions, but acknowledge that the legislature's authority under Article 1, Section 38C of the Wyoming Constitution to enact reasonable and necessary restrictions to protect the general welfare of the people. We're going to skip over sections Romanettes 2, 3, and 4, because those will be dealt with in the amendment. But acting under this specific authority to determine reasonable and necessary restrictions on the right of health care access to protect the health and general welfare of the people granted in Article 1, Section 38C of the Wyoming Constitution, the purpose of this act is to restrict abortion procedures on unborn children with detectable heartbeats. The people of Wyoming have the right to be protected. Moving on to page 4, we have some definitions: detectable fetal heartbeat, determination of pregnancy, and then we have the medical emergency in Romanet 2, which is for the protection of the mother. Medical emergencies means a condition that is in reasonable medical judgment, so complicates the medical condition of the pregnant woman as to necessitate the immediate termination of her pregnancy to avert the woman's death, or for which a delay will create a serious risk to the substantial or irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the woman. On page 5, let me see what's important. We have B, the determination of whether an unborn child has a detectable fetal heartbeat shall be made using standard medical procedures and techniques, including ultrasound measurements if necessary. We have prohibitions of terminations of the unborn child with a detectable fetal heartbeat. Over to page 6, some of the restrictions that provide for termination only if it is totally necessary. The restriction in subsection A of this section shall not apply if the reasonable medical judgment, a medical emergency exists. If a medical emergency exists, a licensed physician may terminate the pregnancy, provided that the termination of the pregnancy shall be in the manner that provides the best opportunity for the unborn child to survive, unless that manner would pose a greater risk of death or substantial and irreversible physical impairment to the mother. Again, protection for the mother. We have penalties, and then on page 8, grounds for suspension to ensure due process, what the board shall do, and violations of this article on page 7 constitute unprofessional conduct and shall result in a mandatory revocation of the person's professional license by the appropriate licensing board. Disciplinary licenses and certificate holders grounds to help protect our nurses and pharmacists in section C. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll end my explanation by saying, we regulate almost everything. Kiosks, financial institutions, land use, water use, elections. Help us by voting aye to regulate the taking of innocent life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I can't remember,
With
are you
that,
going
we'll
to?
bring up the
Perfect.
amendment, and Senator Steinmetz will do that. Thank you.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 126 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow Senators, this is amendment we put in on committee, and what it basically does is it goes into Romanettes 2 through 5 and 2 through 4 and replaces them with 2 through 5. It basically just tightens up the language in the legislative findings, and you can read that for yourself, but I will read you number 5. Medical evidence shows a fetal heartbeat is a key indicator that an unborn child is alive and will reach live birth. The state has a compelling interest, beginning at least at the time of a fetal heartbeat is detected, in protecting the life of the unborn child. So we're inserting those, and then section 4 is basically a trigger back to our 2022 bills. Madam Chairman, one of the things that happened when the Supreme Court struck down our law in State versus Johnson was that we didn't have anything to fall back on. And so, Madam Chairman, on page 7, it says whether this article is effective on line 37. And this is the trigger, Madam Chairman, for the Attorney General to review the decisions of the court challenges, or if it's been enjoined, and if our new law is enforceable or not. If it is not enforceable, then he will certify that to the governor, who may then certify the effectiveness of this article to the Secretary of State. So basically what it does is it's a trigger to go back to our 2022 viability laws, so that we have a floor at least of viability if this is struck down, Madam Chairman, and that is the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment? Senator Crago.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On and for the amendment, we may want to, and I probably should have caught this earlier, we may want to think about how we craft that language regarding when the article is effective. We might, as it's written right now, it just says if a court has enjoined, and that could be any court, that could be the district court, does not have to be the Supreme Court. Madam Chairman, we might want to think about just waiting until there's a finding of unconstitutionality from the Supreme Court, because there could be a circumstance where the district court enjoins the law and the Supreme Court finds it's constitutional, and then we're bouncing back and forth between multiple laws. Something to think about between now and second reading, but the intent of the amendment is good, and I support that. On and for the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I have some concerns about the amendment, and I'm trying to read it in, but I guess I'd like an explanation of how this amendment fits clearly within the title of the original bill. It seems like this is about 2 times the original bill, and it basically, as I understand it, attempts to recodify all previously existing statute under a condition of a trigger going into effect. I don't see that in the Human Heartbeat Act title in any way, and I don't necessarily see it implied. So maybe a little more discussion on how this is an acceptable amendment to the original bill, which seems to be relatively narrowly defined.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, maybe these gentlemen could step out behind the bar for a second. Madam Chairwoman, this amendment's single-spaced, 8 pages long. The bill is double-spaced, has bill stuff in it that gives it room, and it's 9 pages long. And it's like, wow. I don't understand. We've been working at this for years now, and we haven't got it right. We keep coming back with these, with things that are kind of, in my opinion, far-fetched. And I think the court has ruled and showed our error. We had a chance. We had a chance to craft a narrow constitutional amendment that dealt with the issue of abortion. We didn't do that. We went down a route that talked about constitutional amendment that dealt with health care in a very broad way. So we're back to belts and suspenders and all these things, Madam Chairwoman, and I'm just really worried. And how does this fit within the title of that bill other than some kind of general connection? And how could this be so poorly thought out in the second house that it needs this much remedial work? Madam Chairwoman, if I was a young woman in the state of Wyoming and I was thinking about whether Wyoming was a place where I wanted to stay, and I was feeling that the Wyoming legislature doesn't care much about what I think, what I should do with my body, I think that would be a very dangerous thing. I ask that you defeat this amendment. I don't think it fits in the title of the bill. I don't, you keep building the airplane while it's in the air and keep trying to put on another wing or trying to do this and trying to do that. You had a chance to do a constitutional amendment about abortion, you didn't do it.
Any further discussion? No. Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On those two questions, just as I was sitting in the committee, the good bringer of the bill agreed that these amendments were fair. And when I look at the act, on page 1, it says specifying requirements associated with the termination of pregnancies, which I think this amendment does. And also, it mentions making conforming amendments, and I think this amendment does conform with the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That is correct. My good colleague said it well, and as you notice, there is no amendment to the title of the bill. It's just additional in other areas of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, excuse me. Madam Chairman, I'd ask that the amendment be divided at line 37 on page 1. So division 1 is page 1, lines 1 through 37, and division 2 is the remainder of the bill. Division 1 is page 1, lines 1 through 37. Division 2 is the remainder of the amendment. So from line 38, page 1, through the rest of the 7 pages, 8 pages of the amendment. And if that's divisible?
I believe it is.
All right. On Division 1, Madam Chairman, specifically, I do think this is germane to the bill. And so I don't have any constitutional problems with it from that standpoint. Again, I do think that a lot of the assertions in here, for example, saying Romanet 5, medical evidence shows a fetal heartbeat is a key indicator that an unborn child is alive and will reach live birth. The state has a compelling interest, et cetera, beginning at least at the time a fetal heartbeat is detected. I see no justification for that. I see no evidence for that. And I'm curious about where the medical evidence is that suggests that. If we can get some citations of peer-reviewed journal articles, that would be useful. But again, it comes down to the findings, and even in the original portion of the bill where these would be inserted, are very clearly indicative of this being the strongly held personal beliefs of certain individuals.
Point of order, go ahead.
I believe the good senator is speaking, if I have it right, I may be wrong. Are you speaking on the standing committee number 1 or 2? Just want to make sure.
Division 1 is what I was understanding.
Yeah,
On
I'm on
one.
Division 1 of Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Thank you.
No worries. So again, these are the findings, and so this is very much opinion, but I think what it demonstrates very well as opinion is exactly that it is the strongly held personal beliefs, Madam Chairman, of certain people. And I respect those beliefs. And I think we all should respect those individual strongly held personal beliefs, because we have different religious views, we have different backgrounds, we have different beliefs. Nothing makes that clearer than the fact that we have a laundry list of those beliefs here. Beliefs that we can and should respect, but the idea, Madam Chairman, that I have to hold these beliefs just because the proponents of the bill hold these beliefs is contrary to our individual freedom. And this is one of the challenges that we come to when we have findings, right? Findings are just like an insertion of, this is our opinion. This is how I feel today. And the idea that we're extending those as a justification, and we know that some members of this chamber agree and some members of this chamber disagree, is demonstrative of the fact that not only should we reject the findings and reject the first division, But really, we should be rejecting the bill because we should be rejecting the idea that we have to have a one-size-fits-all solution. It was discussed in an earlier speech that the idea of this was returning the rights to the states when Roe was overturned, returning the rights to the states, Madam Chairman. I'd remind the body that the rights were in the hands of the individual prior to that. It wasn't returning the rights from the federal government to the states, which is as presented. It was taking the rights of the individual by the states. And I think it's important, Madam Chairman, to recognize that difference because it goes to the heart of this division number 1, which is the idea that we're taking away the individual right and moving it to the state of Wyoming, whether some individuals like it or not, based on their different, strongly held individual beliefs. So on that, I'd call for the body to reject Division 1 of the amendment.
Is there any other discussion on Division 1? Okay. Oops, sorry. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure if this is the right place to interject on Division 1, but there were some comments in the discussion about what would a young woman think of what we're doing here, and I just, thinking about it, what if that young woman is unborn or even a boy? And we're trying to defend that right to life here, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of along the same lines, it just seems to me that we forget we all came out of the womb, every single one of us. We had someone make that decision that we should live. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't take away getting to know each and every single one of you for the life of me. But when it comes to an unborn child, innocent unborn child, we should be compelled at all costs, and I'm gonna say this to the detriment of losing my good friend from Natrona County back there, life is more precious than silver and gold. Thank you, Madam Chair. On for the amendment.
Any other discussion on Division 1? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I also happen to believe that the heart is the embryo's first functioning organ, and it starts to develop as early as 16 days after fertilization. This is truly an important bill. I support it. I agree with my friend that this is emotional, but even the scientific evidence that I have seen proves to me personally, it is a living being. And that begins at the heartbeat. And I think that that is worth fighting for. I believe it is a human being. And I think we should support this. Thank you.
Any other discussion on Division 1? Senator Landon.
Well, Madam Chairman, I guess one of the things that I resent is we, for several years now, have worked through bills like this. And what I don't understand is why we have to come in below the bar. You know, why can't we separate what my good friend from Fremont County just talked about and the act of doing what we're supposed to do here in the Wyoming Senate, which is to produce good legislation. You know, you don't have to look very far. In fact, you can get these little books that have each of our pictures in them, and they'll tell you all about us. You don't have to look very far to find where I go to church and what I believe in, but I'm chosen to come down here and do good work with good Senate bills. Why are we adding a second bill to this first bill? It seems like on this issue, we just keep developing bad bills, and some of this stuff comes from somewhere else is the square peg and we're gonna jam it in a round hole no matter what. You know, some of this stuff, you guys, it's not about the issue. Some of us care deeply about the issue, but shouldn't we be about trying to put together good legislation? What, amendments that are double the size of the bill itself? I mean, where did that come from?
Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, on and for Division 1 to remove the findings. Thank you.
Any other discussion on Division 1? Okay, with that, oh, whoops, sorry, one more. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, it doesn't remove the findings, it removes them and then adds back more findings. So just to clarify that, additional findings are provided. Madam Chairman, I appreciate the testimony and I truly do, the beliefs of my colleagues in this chamber. And I think the testimony that was just provided in argument on this division, again, speaks to the fact that it is strongly held personal beliefs. That's what we're talking about here. And hearing my colleagues say, I believe, and then following that up is fair. And you should. And I have, Madam Chairman, absolutely no interest whatsoever in convincing any of you to change those beliefs. It is very easy to respect those beliefs while respecting different beliefs as well. And recognizing that my good friend, the tall senator from Natrona County, as an example, has different beliefs. And I have many friends with different religious views that have very different beliefs. They just don't agree. And the beauty of statute and the beauty of what we can do is that we can craft a solution that respects everyone's beliefs by providing individual freedoms and recognizing that what's good for you may not be good for me. And what I believe may be different from what you believe. And that carefully crafting our legislation can allow us both to be comfortable with our beliefs and to exercise our rights within those beliefs. And that's where Division 1 starts to cause problems, because it says really that these facts are true. It's injecting it into statute, saying this is the truth. It's not just what we individually believe, Madam Chairman. We're asserting that all of this is true regardless, even though we know that perhaps a quarter or more of the state doesn't agree with any of this. And it's probably higher than that. It's the tyranny of the majority concept. It's the idea that, well, we can just get the numbers and we can outvote. But Madam Chairman, we don't have to do that, because instead we can respect those individual rights, and I can respect that each of you wants things a certain way, has beliefs a certain way, and I can respect the fact that I have constituents and colleagues and my own personal views that differ from those. So, Madam Chairman, again, I call on the body to reject Division 1 because this does not reflect my beliefs or the beliefs of many of my constituents or the beliefs of many of your constituents, but perhaps not quite as many as my constituents, just based on the vote counts, Madam Chairman. But you can rest assured that if you surveyed everyone in your district, not everyone is going to believe in these findings. And that's why we should be rejecting 1, and we probably should be getting rid of the findings on a later reading. That would be appropriate, Madam Chairman.
Are we ready for the question on Division 1? Okay. All those in favor of Division 1, which is lines 1 through 37, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. That amendment has been rejected. Yes, division. All those in favor, please stand. Ooh. Okay, all those in favor? Oh, excuse me, opposed, sorry. You guys were very loud. Eight, okay. So pardon me, that amendment has passed. All right. Division 2, 20-8. Division 2, discussion on Division 2. Senator Rothfuss.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, on Division 2, I call for a ruling from the chair. I do not believe Division 2 is within the scope of the original title, and pursuant to Senate Rule 11-6, scope of amendments, it says pursuant to Article 3, Section 20 of the Wyoming Constitution, no bill shall be so altered or amended on its passage through the Senate as to change its original purpose. And remember, this is not just simply the idea of matching it to germaneness. Germaneness is a concept that comes from Masons, and it means related to the bill. The Wyoming Constitution, Madam Chairman, is much broader than that, and it has to be based on the original intent of the bill, to change its original purpose. So while clearly this is a bill about abortion, and when I say a bill about abortion, I mean the amendment is a bill about abortion that is being put into another bill about abortion. So you have the germaneness pursuant to Masons. But Madam Chairman, it would be my argument that it is not consistent with Article 3, Section 20, and therefore beyond scope of amendments pursuant to Rule 11-6. I'd ask for a ruling of the chair.
The intent. I would agree with Senator Rothfuss, but you're certainly welcome to, yeah. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would object and ask for a Rules Committee.
Okay, Rules Committee, you're on.
One of us is going.
Ease. Oh, my mic's off. Stand at ease. We're back. Okay, I believe the Rules Committee has ruled that Division 2 is germane to the bill, so we'll be voting on Division 2. Is there any discussion on Division 2? Okay, I guess, oops, hang on. Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, just very briefly, Division 2 is a major change in the bill. We have a very liberal judiciary. Are we inviting judicial decisions we're going to regret in all kinds of other instances? I think with Division 2, we're playing with fire here, on and against.
Any other discussion? Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of Division 2 to this amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Oh, gosh. I think we're going to have a standing committee, a standing vote. All those in favor, please stand. Division 2. All those opposed? Stand. Okay, the opposition was just really loud. 4. Okay, it's 23 in favor, 4 against. Division 2 has passed. We're back on the amendment now. That's, oh, nope, I take it back. That was the amendment. There we go. Oh, Senator Scott.
Back on the bill, Madam Chairman.
Back on the bill.
Madam Chairman, just very briefly, as we've discussed before, this bill is another attempt at prohibiting virtually all abortions. The testimony we had in committee, Madam Chairman, was that the heartbeat of the fetus can often be detected before the woman even knows she's pregnant. So this is a bill essentially to ban abortion. Now, as we all know, this is a very deeply divisive issue in our society, more divisive, I think, than anything else I know of, because it's an issue of morality in which there is not agreement. People, different opinions because of their own deeply held personal morality, Madam Chairman. They're deeply different opinion because of the religion that they belong to. And this bill is imposing the views of one religion on everybody else. And I will say, as I've told you before, my church believes it's the right of the pregnant woman to decide. And we're not deciding, is there life or not? Of course there's life. Life goes back in an unbroken chain, Madam Chairman, for somewhere between 3.5 and 4 billion years. The first year life on Earth, it's an unbroken chain. The question really is, when does it become a person? And the churches, and all of us, we disagree on that. I think that we pass this bill. I think the Wyoming courts will reject it for the same reasons that they've already told us all about. I think it's also against the First Amendment to the Constitution, because I think it's against freedom of religion. But voted up, voted down, I think it's a mistake. But, we make mistakes and the courts will correct them.
Further discussion? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I said this 2 years ago, I said it last year, I have never raised my religious views. I have never talked about whether I belong to a church or not, you can come to this decision of accepting or approving of this bill without any type of religious background or religious beliefs. And so I hope that we consider and remember that you can agree with this bill, accept it, and not come about it through what is called a religious view, because I don't believe that's the case. And so I haven't, and I'm speaking only for myself, I'm not conferring with with any religious leader on whether I accept or reject this bill. It's my belief that this is a good bill, that you can come to this position without any religious background or influence.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question, I mean, really, truly, what is different? One, who drafted the amendment? I have a strong suspicion that there are national interests across our country that are interested in a number of topics, this being one of them, where they make their whole living litigating these cases in all the states and funneling legislation to legislators to push these issues. I have a very strong suspicion that that is in fact the case. So rather than blaming our judicial branch for our failures in a standing committee amendment in the last week of a budget session concerning a topic that was just overturned in the courts, what is different now, before we send this to them again, and blame the court for our failure to just pass a constitutional amendment to the people to vote? That really is the issue, because my concern is the judicial branch will continue to get blamed, and the lives of the unborn will continue to be unprotected as they currently are as a result of our zealousy in trying to be more pro-life than the next and putting forth bad legislation to be struck down by the courts. So what is our guarantee here that is so different about this new bill now that it will not be struck down by the courts and the lives of the unborn will be protected, because that is the risk we face?
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, the risk we face is already realized. We have not one word protecting anyone in the state of Wyoming if you're a baby in the womb. Not one word. So that's your choice. Please vote aye.
Any other discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Madam Chairman, I find the debate unsatisfactory. What is different about this current bill draft as amended from the court's decision that happened months ago? What is different? What will survive judicial scrutiny? If not, in 3 months, there will be a lawsuit enjoining the bill, enjoining the law that you're voting on to protect the unborn, and it will do nothing, and it will languish in the courts for years. What is different?
Any further discussion? Senator Hutchings.
Madam Chair, to try to answer that question about what's different, all I can say is we're trying again. And we can't foresee the future. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm not a prophet. To say what will happen with the next court ruling, if there is one, I don't know. But sometimes you can't stop doing something because of fear of the courts overturning it. So with that, Madam Chair, on and for the bill, and I thank you guys for all your good discussion. Thank you.
Any other? Oops. I think Senator Rothfuss, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, The idea from my good colleague that you can arrive at this conclusion regardless of whether you're using religious beliefs or not, I wanted to address that briefly, and that is absolutely true. What I specifically stated was strongly held personal beliefs and religious beliefs. You can arrive at it a lot of different ways. I just know that there are differences in religious belief that lead to different conclusions exactly on this topic, and that this bill does not reflect all religious beliefs, and it certainly does not reflect all strongly held personal beliefs. There are significant populations, both in this state and elsewhere around the country, that believe very strongly in a woman's right to govern her own body being paramount to the state's right to govern that woman's body. That's a strongly held personal belief, and it's a reasonable one. And I think everybody here understands that's a reasonable belief. It's just a matter of prioritization, right? I don't think there's anybody here who would say, no, a woman should not be able to govern herself. That's not going to be a logical argument. It's a matter of prioritization, Madam Chairman. That's what we're talking about here. Where have you individually arrived at through your belief system, whatever has built that belief system, which may be your religious views, it may be your upbringing, it may be your culture, it may be society. There are countless reasons why we have the belief systems we have. But this is definitely a topic where it's the belief system that you have that dictates how you feel about this issue. And we know there is substantial diversity. We know that there is a significant population that shares my view that the state does not have the authority and should not have the authority to force a woman to carry a baby beyond her desire to carry that child. And that is rational. It's just that it's different from the value system that many in this room have. And Madam Chairman, this legislation does just say, no, the state of Wyoming gets the say. The state of Wyoming is in charge. Article 1, Section 38 is of no consequence. The state will insert itself. And as the good majority leader pointed out, that's what the last two bills that were passed, that were struck down, said as well. The court has made it clear, no. Article 1, Section 38 provides that that right is paramount. We passed that through this chamber. There was an opportunity, Madam Chairman, to bring a constitutional amendment to this session to allow the voters to make that change. And that's not the bill we have before us. But Madam Chairman, this legislation, once again, tries to insert one viewpoint. It's a common viewpoint, but it is one viewpoint among a diversity of views, and say, that is the view for the people of Wyoming, the government of Wyoming says so. And that is not small government. That is as big as government gets. This bill is gigantic government, like each of the ones that we have passed previously. And if we pass it, I do expect the Wyoming Supreme Court to recognize that and strike it down once again. But we don't have to pass it. We could take a stand today and do the right thing and recognize that we can have our own personal views strongly held, and then we can respect the fact that others may have differences in those personal views.
I think Senator Craig goes next, and then I'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just maybe try to add a little color from legal perspective, maybe answer a few questions from the good senator in the back. I have questions about the constitutionality of the original part of this bill as well. I agree with the good senator from across the hill. I think that I don't know where it goes. I can't predict the future either, as the good senator right behind me said, but I've said this before on these bills. I've worried about their constitutionality. I worry about the constitutionality of the original part of this bill, which is why I support the amendment. And the amendment is what makes the bill different. The first part of the bill, I actually don't, it has a different title, it has different standards, but it's probably gonna suffer the same legal consequences as other bills we've passed out of this body over the last few years. But the second part of the bill takes us back to the old standard. Takes us back to the old standard that existed prior to the striking down of the 50-year standard that had been there. The standard that, of Roe v. Wade. That's what this does. It goes back to the viability standard, something that has been tested by the courts. And I guess I want to remind the body, in the case that we just had our good Supreme Court decide, and someone said we have a liberal judiciary, which I wholly disagree with, by the way. They're just doing their job. They did not say we could not regulate abortion. They did not say that. They said we hadn't met the standard that was required to do that. What's different about the amendment is it's a proven, trusted standard. May not be perfect for some of us, but it is something. And it's something that would go on the law, into the law, back into the green books, should the first part of the statute fail constitutionally, which I think there's a good chance of that, which is why I'm supportive of the amendment. Hopefully that adds a little color of why this is different, what we're looking at and what we're actually dealing with. We're dealing with a second part of this bill that would go into effect upon the finding of the first part of the bill to be unconstitutional. We've passed triggers out of this before. I actually tried to do this a couple years ago in one of the bills that we passed out of this body. Didn't happen, but I tried nonetheless because I was worried about this very thing that has happened. So anyways, on and for the bill, and in particular, the amendment that's been added to it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Ide, and then I'll go back to the president.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I just want to say, discussion about what's different about this than what we've tried in the past and all the legal arguments. And, you know, I'm not a lawyer. I can't make that decision. I just want to say, if we don't try, we have to keep trying. And I give credit to the bringers of this bill. I mean, maybe we should have ran 5 bills like we run gun bills and property tax bills, and we can ferret out, you know, the best of the best and get it on the table and get it to the courts if that's where it's going to go. So I'm on and for this bill. I think we got to keep trying. We can't quit now. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I just pulled up my bill from 2020, back when a lot more babies were being saved every year before we have the same, basically now we're like New Jersey, New York, California on our abortion laws. Back in 2020, I ran a 1-page bill, Human Heartbeat Act, and it changed viability. We went from the viability standard, which the good country lawyer was talking about, to detectable fetal heartbeat to try to save more babies. Look how far we've gone in the wrong direction. So I just remind the body, we've got to do these right, or we're doing more harm than good. More babies are dying in Wyoming now than there were in 2020 when I tried this the first time. So let's get back to at least viability, and then we can move back from there. But let's get a standard. This bill gets us kind of on that path, and I support the bill.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I want to bring a little bit different perspective to this debate from a standpoint of the role of government. And so, Madam Chairman, some of us, I think many of us, go back to the original founding of this country, and the highest duty of this government is to uphold those God-given rights. The very foundation of this country, it was articulated that we find these truths to be self-evident: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the basis of our government, where we come from, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about what do we do if the court rules again on us? You know, the Supreme Court is not infallible at the national level and certainly not at the state level. I want to recall a couple of Supreme Court decisions that I think almost everybody out here on this floor would say they got it wrong. There was this decision by the Supreme Court called Dred Scott, where the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that black men were property. Mr. Chairman, Plessy versus Ferguson, where the Supreme Court ruled that racial segregation was perfectly legal. We had a Supreme Court ruling said that we could actually confiscate the property and intern Japanese Americans. The Supreme Court doesn't always get it right. And if we think, as the elected body, that is appropriate to continue to bring this issue back on behalf of the people, it's certainly a mechanism that we should avail ourselves for, instead of defer everything that happens to the Supreme Court, given the track record of a number of times in our history. They're just fundamentally wrong. And I think history will dictate and say, we all agree they were wrong. And so, Madam Chairman, on and for the bill, I do think it's our fundamental responsibility to look after those God-given rights, and that includes life.
Are you ready for the question? Whoops, not yet. Senator Nethercott.
Madam Chairman, I have to defend the court a bit. I appreciate citing to 1857 United States Supreme Court precedent as some kind of justification to not follow current US Supreme Court or the Wyoming Supreme Court's issues and rules, and the thousands and thousands of cases that have been issued since Dred Scott and Plessy versus Ferguson. I appreciate the red herring, but let's focus on the significant jurisprudence, the rule of law, and the third branch of government that keeps us on track. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What I'm about to say is going to change anybody's mind on this issue, but we've been at it for over an hour on this one, once again. And as you know, it was said earlier, that people have looked back at previous bills that they brought, all on the same subject. We've all had the same argument. The only one thing I would push back on before we vote is when it was said there's nothing right now that is protecting the unborn. Madam Chair, I think there is, and I think it's us. I think it's our values and our system. The only difference, I could stand here before you, Madam Chairman, and tell you that I don't want another abortion to be performed in this state, in this country, on this planet, if I had anything to say about it. The only difference between myself and anyone else in this body is that I don't necessarily think there needs to be a law in the Green Book to make it so. Once again, as I always say, as everyone talks about what they always do in this situation, I'll say what I always say. The last hour, we would have been more productive if we would have all just taken a break, got in our car, drove to the closest high school, walk in the door and talk to a child, talk to a kid, and say, this is what I think. What do you think? What can we do to work this out together? So you never have to make this decision, you or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your husband or whatever. Education, laws, not we're so busy making felons out of doctors and passing laws, and we've got to do this with a fetal heartbeat or this or the other thing. And it's like, I'm on and against this because I think we're better than that. I think we can do it. I think we can do it with education. I think the values of every person in this room can do more to affect this situation than passing this bill. On and against, thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Okay. All those in favor of Senator Brennan's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises report, that do so with the favorable recommendation of House Bill 126, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Okay. Not Senate file. House Bill 126 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Mike, where are you? Are you just going to stand there? Okay. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, can I have the privilege of the floor?
Sure, you may.
Just really quick, I appreciate a break, but I'd like to introduce my parents, Robin and Boner, in the back.
Oh,
all right.
Yes, yes. Welcome to the Senate, Senator Boner's family. I thought maybe you decided to switch places with Senator Driscoll, so sorry I missed that. But anyway, welcome. Okay, next bill for our consideration is House Bill 19. Will the reading clerk read the bill?
House.
Oh, yes. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Why don't we take a 5 to 10 minute break?
Okay.
So let's
Let's,
just stand at ease.
okay, let's stand at ease for 10 minutes. let's come back to order and get to work. Shall we? Oh, we need one more? Okay. So, nope, not enough yet. Okay, we're back on House Bill 19. Will the reading clerk please read the bill?
House Bill 19, corner crossing clarification, engrossed, an act relating to crimes and offenses, sponsored by Travel, referred to Committee Number 6, which returned a do pass as amended recommendation, voting aye, Senators Boner, Landon, and Schuler. Voting no, Senators Hicks and Jones, signed Senator Landon, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Landon?
Madam Chairman, I would move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a do pass recommendation on House Bill 19. And right off the bat, fellow senators, I want to apologize for having a bill up after that last one and this late at night. It is a good effort that comes out of your Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee. This is an interim bill that has come over and arrived here in this chamber, and it has been changed a little bit. So let me drop into the bill real quickly, Madam Chairman, but there is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask that that be read in at this time.
Please go ahead.
House Bill 19, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 6.
Madam Chairman, we'll get to the standing committee amendment in just a few minutes. I would move that standing committee amendment and then walk you into the bill. So fellow senators, you might recall a case that has been all the way to the 10th Circuit involving corner crossing. We're talking about being able to traverse diagonally from a public ground to another public ground in the checkerboard square that mostly is across the bottom of the state of Wyoming. You might recall that there was a lawsuit by the landowner because some out-of-state hunters used a ladder to go across that corner and were hunting on public land, but it was enclosed in a ranch. I'll get a little bit more detailed on that in a minute. This bill goes into 63303, which is criminal trespass, and also into 233305, and that's the private property without permission, hunting from the highway, entering or traveling through private property, et cetera. And here's what this bill does. The idea of the Travel Committee was to simply codify what the 10th Circuit Court found in that case that I just referred to. And that's what this bill intended to do. You go down to the bottom of page 1, for the purposes of this section, a person does not commit criminal trespass if the person travels by foot from one parcel of land owned by a local government, the state of Wyoming, or the federal government that the person is authorized to access, to another parcel of land owned by a local government, state of Wyoming or federal government, that the person is authorized to access at the corner where the two parcels meet, and without physically contacting or causing damage to any privately owned land or property adjacent to either of those two parcels. You'll find that same language in 233305. So that's what the bill does. And that's pretty much the way the bill arrived out of committee and into the legislature. There was never a unanimous vote on this bill, but it did pass out of the travel committee and went to the chamber down the hall. Let me tell you a little bit more about that case. It was called Iron Bar Holdings LLC versus Cape, and it involved a group of Missouri hunters who crossed from one section of public land managed by the BLM to another parcel at a spot where the corners meet. The case took place in Carbon County, Wyoming, the mother county. Specifically, the actions precipitating this case occurred on Iron Bar's 50 square mile ranch with 11,000 acres of federal and state public lands enclosed within those boundaries. Iron Bar claimed the hunters trespassed when they passed its airspace while corner crossing. In March of 2025, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, based in Denver, upheld the right to corner cross to access federal public lands as long as a private landowner's land is not physically touched. So that was the ruling of the 10th Court. There are a lot of reasons for that ruling, and it was 48 to 50 pages long. But it did point to the Unlawful Enclosures Act, and if you haven't ever looked that up, it's worth a read. The Unlawful Enclosures Act is the federal supremacy law which came into play here. It was passed in 1884, and that was all about the federal government passed that law because they wanted to assure that no landowner could keep someone from public land, and that was primarily during the agriculture days when they had to try to drive cattle and get them to a public piece of property. That's what the Unlawful Enclosures Act is all about. Well, the 10th Circuit used that supremacy clause to find the ruling that it did. So the idea here is, and this bill has been around for a couple of years, everyone knows that, the committee took it up and attempted to simply codify in law, because frankly, as chairman, I said, we are abdicating our responsibility if we don't do something with this. Why are we relying on the courts to tell us what people can and cannot do? That's our job, and we really ought to stand up and do it. So we brought you this bill. That's an introduction to all the work that we did during the interim. We had dozens of hours of testimony from all constituent groups. On the other side, there was over 100 people in that committee meeting testifying on this bill, so there's a lot of interest. The standing committee amendment goes into that new language that I read to you, and I'm going to ask that you call on Senator Boner, who was not only the author of the amendment, but it became the standing committee amendment. And I thought Senator Boner could walk you through that, Madam
Senator Boner?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think this one's been moved, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what the amendment does, it goes into the criminal trespass part of the bill in Title VI and requires that there has to be an established legal survey with the legal survey monuments. These are the little brass caps, or maybe there's a rock that very specifically show where that corner is. And so I felt this was important, and the majority of the members of the committee thought this was important, because as the chairman pointed out, the whole goal was to codify what the courts did. Without this amendment, it is not codifying what the courts did. It's actually a massive expansion, potentially, of what is allowed for corner crossing. Keep in mind that for 150 years, this was unsettled. We didn't know this was such a small point that there was an open question as to whether it existed at all, where these corners cross. And so with this case, they said that it does, but it's also a basic fact of the case that there was a geological monument at that location. In fact, the reason why they have discussion of the Unlawful Enclosures Act is because the landowner, somebody who's frankly not from Wyoming, decided they're going to put a chain across it. Hence the need for the ladder. So you have this sort of escalating situation, shall we say, that ended up in court, that led to a judge finally coming down and saying that you could corner cross. But I think it's really important that if we're going to say we're going to codify what the court did, we have to codify what the court did. We can't take what the court did and then expand upon it, which is what the bill does without the amendment. And so I will say that I think this gets it at least to, it gets the bill to its stated objective. Certainly had lots of testimony in committee, but I'd say that the amendments offered by those representing our ag producers were completely ignored until we got to the Senate committee. So yeah, this is, I don't think we can say that we have a consensus here with or without the amendment, but at least if you vote for this amendment, you can vote for what the stated objective of the bill is, that we're simply codifying what's already been decided by a federal judge. So I'll stand for questions on the amendment.
Questions on Standing Committee Amendment number 1? Senator Drew?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I admit I don't know very much about this, and I'll profess my ignorance, but I just wondered how many corners around the state, and I know it's going to be just a guess maybe, but how many of the corners that we're talking about have that marker today? How many it says in the amendment, a recognizable legal survey monument. How many corners of property in the state have such a monument today? Thank you.
Senator Hutchings, I think, was up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really a visual learner, and if during the second reading, they could provide us with maybe some pictures of what exactly they're talking about, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I think Senator Jones was.
My bad.
I think Senator Jones was up first.
Oh.
And I'll come back to you, Senator Rothfeld. Go ahead, Senator Jones.
Madam Chairman, I do wear a different hat than a senator some days, and I'm going to tell you that there are not these survey markers everywhere. I think that it's a disservice saying that we're not allowing the citizens of Wyoming to get to certain parcels just because there isn't a survey marker there. So I do think it's important to know that I was not in favor of this amendment, and I'm still not in favor of it. Thank you.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, in Sweetwater County, where I'm from, well, Southwest Wyoming, sorry. I can assure you I drive out there a lot, as the good senator from my area has just stated, and we're missing a lot of these caps. They're gone. I mean, they're in some places, but they're certainly not everywhere. I think that that's problematic, certainly in our area of the country, that there's more missing than you can find. How's that for an analysis of what I've run into in our neck of the woods? And I am concerned that it's too restrictive. I mean, we can't use the accurate GPS. I mean, there's, in good faith, find these places that might not even exist out there. Like there may not be an official corner like you might see in other places. It may just be a point out in the desert without any distinction to it. Or it might, I mean, but it varies quite a bit. And I wouldn't want to restrict people just because there's no cap there. Just because I mean, I've found a lot of places where they're not there. So I am concerned that the criteria is you have to have a cap. And if that's the case, then I think we have to work on this and be more specific about, say, a GPS location or some other way with modern technology we can identify where we're at in good faith. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have concerns about this amendment as well, and one of the questions I have is the way the legislation is written in the engrossed bill. It talks about 2 parcels meeting with a corner. The amendment seems to address only sections, and clearly the intent of the language as written is that anytime 2 parcels are coming together in a corner, you would be able to, not just at a section, but at any location where that takes place. And you can imagine circumstances where you've got a quarter section of state land, as an example. I would see this amendment as specifically excluding any possibility of getting to a quarter section of a state parcel. It just forbids you. So I'm not understanding how this captures the spirit of either the way the rest of this bill is written, or candidly, I'm struggling to see in the court decision where it would require anything like this. And I've just pulled up the court decision. I'll be back in a moment to see if I come up with anything.
Senator Beitman, and then I'll go to Senator Hicks next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I finally get to rise as the good country landman. I don't get too many opportunities to shine like this. We don't hardly ever talk about stuff that I actually do. But, you know, Madam Chairman, when I find one of these out when I'm staking mining claims, it's like finding an Easter egg. I never find them. It's rare. It's so rare that it just makes my week, my month, my year, when I actually find a corner out in the middle of nowhere, and then I can tie all my boundaries to that corner. I call my surveyor, and we jump for joy, and it's just a great momentous occasion, because we know in Wyoming, these are far and few between out in the hinterlands, and especially in, like the good speaker before me said, yeah, sometimes, like, if you're looking for the northeast corner of section 1, you know, it's a corner of a section, your odds of finding that Easter egg there are okay. But if you're looking for the southeast corner of the northwest corner, which could be the property line, good luck. It ain't gonna be there. There's not gonna be a pin there out in the middle of nowhere. So unless it's been resurveyed recently, which most of our land has not. So on and against this amendment, I like the bill the way it was as it was, and I think we can do better. And thank you for letting me be the good country landman. Thank you.
Senator Hicks.
So, members of the body, you have a handout on your table here, and I'm going to walk you through this because this is the substantive part of the amendment. But first, there's a material aspect of the lawsuit that hasn't been discussed yet. So the lawsuit that occurred when the gentleman from the southeast United States, they put the ladder right over the top of one of these monuments. That's material to the case because they had a defined point. They knew exactly where they were at. Because of a survey monument that was established by the federal government through the Public Land Survey, that is a legal corner. To my colleague, the landman, typically you don't find these where you have predominantly private lands. But if you look at the public land surveys across the United States, they typically are more in accessible areas. The checkerboard's got a lot of them. When you get into a wilderness area, you butt up against a private or a state section, you're probably not going to find any. Here's the fundamental problem that we're dealing with here. Is the lawsuit that was filed said as long as you don't physically touch that private property. That was the decision of the courts. They didn't touch the physical property because they could find that finite point. So on average, when we look across the state of Wyoming, depending on where you're at, 25 to 75% of those corners are marked. And to the issue of quarters, those are not necessarily not out there too. In some cases, because there was a boundary between private that was established under one of the acts of admission or the Homestead Act or one of these others, they went actually established some of those corner sections out there. So they're not common, but they're out there. So how do you find those? If you pick up, for us old guys that have done a lot of surveying and work with surveys, on a 7.5-minute quadrangle by the United States Geological Survey, they'll show you where every one of these benchmarks is at. Now, my colleague's correct, sometimes they're gone. But if you read the federal law and the guidelines out there, to reestablish that point, it has to be a legal survey. So if the monument's gone and it shows that it's there based on that publication by the United States Geological Survey, which does the public land survey that establishes those, you have to do a legal survey to reestablish that. Periodically, the Bureau of Land Management is responsible for doing those surveys. They do them every year. There's just a lot of corners out there when you have a checkerboard like we have in Wyoming. So it's an ongoing process, folks, but the material aspects of that lawsuit says it was over an established USGS public land survey monument, and you can't touch that private property. They got it right. But to think that you can take a handheld GPS to just get on there and look them up, the accuracy depends on how much cloud cover you have, whether you're in a canyon, whether there's trees. It's not a legal survey by any means. In fact, it's not accepted by any standards as a legal survey to establish that finite point, that point where you know your corners are intersecting. That's a legal survey, and that's what it takes, and that's the burden of proof. So here's the scenario that you run if you don't adopt this amendment, because GPSs and handheld phone devices are plus or minus 30 feet. So you have a landowner that calls the sheriff, or he calls the game warden, and they come out and they say, well, this guy trespassed, and the sheriff or the game warden goes out and say, where did you cross at? And they say, well, I have my device and I crossed right here. Well, 3 hours later, depending on the number of satellites, that point could have moved 10 feet. And now, how does law enforcement deal with that? Did he or did he not, in fact, trespass? Because there's no defined corner. It's plus or minus 30 feet. Without this amendment, you're effectively saying we're going to legalize trespass on every corner. So think about the concept of how does that apply to your lot in town, folks? It's plus or minus 30 feet. I can take that GPS and walk into any city in the state of Wyoming and go to your property line and say, no, I have the right to trespass here because my little GPS says plus or minus 30 feet. That's a legal corner. Folks, we need to codify, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's codify what the the 10th Circuit Court said. In those cases where you have that monument there, and you cross over there without touching the other person's property, it's legal. There's ways to find these out there. Without this amendment, you basically codified trespass in the state of Wyoming based on what? And then how is it going to administer it? How the court's going to prosecute that when the game warden's got a point and the footprints are over here, and this guy says, no, the point's there, but in fact, I said the point's here, and you can't rectify that. As the day goes and the satellites change and the number of satellites that you use for your GPS, the accuracy changes. The quality of your GPS, not all of them are created equal, plus or minus 30 foot. A legal survey is a half an inch, 1/2 inch, and it takes a lot of high-powered, expensive survey equipment to establish those. So we're either going to adopt this amendment and say it's legal in those cases that the court ruled on where you have those monuments and you don't touch that property, or you basically are going to legalize trespass over 75% of the state of Wyoming. That's the ramifications. That's why that amendment exists. Stand for any questions.
Oh, gracious. Senator French, I think, was the first one up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just, I guess, need to know is reestablishing that a legal survey from the government who first surveyed it. Who's paying for it? Is the federal government paying for these legal surveys? Or if it's a state section, the state of Wyoming paying for it? On the other side, BLM, Forest Service, who's paying for that? Because these surveys, I've had a lot of them done, they're not cheap.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you. Great argument for man off Little Snake. I fully stand behind it. I'll tell you who has to do them. Whoever requests and pays for it. I can tell you on my ranch, we spent about $80,000 establishing the boundary between us and the park because 2 corners were gone. Very interesting. I'll tell a story of how these work and how far you can be off on a survey. So when you go back to 1620 is when the survey system kind of started. For those of you that heard chains, that's how they surveyed them. My grandfather was a surveyor for nearly all of Teton County. They didn't do it with a GPS. They did it with chains and mathematics. And by the way, when you go up there, Unless the map's been corrected to it, you're gonna stand with a GPS and it might be 100 feet off of an actual corner that's surveyed. That's how far some of those got off. So when you get between a neighbor, looking over at my landman friend, and you're doing a fight over mineral rights or fight over where you're putting a rig at, they don't say it's good within 30 feet. It's good right to the corner, and if you can't find the corner, you go put it back in. And I can tell you, I'm a landowner. I have no problem at all with public access and public ground. We've done it for a long time around our place. What I have a problem with is I'd like to all show you the GPS, because we don't talk about it. It's accurate within 600 feet, because you can actually probably find one. What we've said, as long as you got a GPS in your hand and it says that you're near the corner, now we're down to an argument. And I can tell you, as a landowner, I've stood and argued about corners with hunters about where it's at. They're in the middle of my pasture, and I'd tell them you're an eighth of a mile off of where the corner's at, and they'll stand and argue with you. And you end up calling a game warden, then you go look. And now they're gonna hold a GPS up, because I've had them held up before. Now, the other part is, a lot of the talk has been about the Red Desert down in the south, where you're talking sections. Come to the Black Hills. We're down to 16ths, nearly all of these corners. Nothing's marked but the corners. So the section corners, you'll have 4 corners, then you'll have 4 in the middle. And then there's another division between that and one more between that. And these do adjoin a lot of times, county roads, different things. There is never corners on them. And you're really down to the point, it is really, really difficult. If you don't have the actual point that the man from Little Snake talked about, you're gonna create unbelievable amount of conflict between public landowners, or private landowners and public land. And I can tell you, as a landowner, nothing's more disheartening than to have to get up an hour before daylight and stay up an hour after dark to keep people from running all over your place. And we do that. Our hunting season isn't hunting game. It's making sure that we don't have people out there building campfires, driving on us, tearing stuff up. And by the way, if you've made them mad a time or two, their famous deal is to leave gut piles and burn piles on you. You need the corners there, folks.
Any further discussion? Senator Rothfuss? Oh, whoops, sorry, didn't see Senator Barlow. Let's go Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I have a couple of questions for the Good Country Landman or anyone else that wants to weigh in. So my first question is, who is authorized to make a legal survey? Because what I foresee is the potential with this amendment is that a hunting party would just hire their surveyor, send them out a day ahead, establish the corner, and go on. So I want to know who is, if they follow the federal guidelines, can they establish where there is no other marker? Second question I have, so that's my first one. Who is authorized to do a legal survey when there is not a monument there? Second one is, what if there are already multiple markers? Who is authorized to actually have the final say when there are multiple markers? And I say that with all sincerity because we have a particular spot on our ranch where there are 3 markers. And they are the result of resurveys and different things. There are 3 markers. The final one, I want someone to speak to the bill, and this goes into the bill, so maybe it's not appropriate this time, but be thinking on it, is we have 2 titles in this, both criminal statute and game and fish and wildlife. So I just want to understand a little better the nexus with that, because what it says to me is, while this case that came out of the southern part of the state was about wildlife and hunting, it seems like putting it under Title VI also, it could be about any use that somebody would go from corner to corner. And I wonder if the 10th Circuit in their findings actually imagined this much broader application of this particular, that particular suit. If they limited it to the hunting component, or they said any purpose you can go across a corner to corner. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on and against the amendment and, looking into the specific court decision, it's very clear that the court decision does not say anything about requiring any of these monuments to be in place. Clearly, that was the fact pattern of the specific circumstance from the court decision, but it definitely doesn't say that or conclude that. Getting to the previous speaker, it actually says, applying the law here, Iron Bar cannot implement a program which has the effect of denying access to federal public lands for lawful purposes, actually public lands in general, for lawful purposes. So it doesn't specifically talk about hunting at that point in time, and it makes it clear that that's consistent with federal law, and again, specific to federal lands. The other point with regard to the corner crossing is it makes it clear that the district court was correct to hold that the hunters could corner cross as long as they did not physically touch Iron Bar's land, and then they affirm that. So in the summary, it makes it very clear that it is a broad interpretation, not the specific monument basis that we're seeing here. And I think that's probably because of what we heard from our good country landman, which makes good sense, and my friend from the Devil's Tower area corroborated. There just are not monuments everywhere. This would be massively restrictive. This amendment is so much more restrictive than the current court decision that it would actually be an infringement upon the rights of our people to access public lands for all, as opposed to trying to be a grant. Right now, just with the court decision in place, the people of Wyoming that want access to their public lands would have vastly more rights than they would if we passed this amendment and passed this law. For that reason, I think it's overly restrictive. It's a bad amendment. And I think the intent of it really is to hold people off of public lands rather than to recognize their right to access them.
Senator Driscoll?
Madam Chairman, I'll just answer a couple of first questions. Any certified surveyor that's certified can replace the corners. And then the fact is, the law says that once they locate a corner, they can't just go mark it for you. If they're actually out there doing an official survey of some kind of this, they actually have to go to the courthouse and file a document that they put in a new one now. The old ones are brass caps, they're called. That's the picture you see here. Nearly all the new ones are aluminum. They have to put an aluminum one in. It's usually a little smaller. It's got a date on it. It's got their surveyor license number and does it, and then they have to submit the map with it because they make mistakes with them. They'll put them in the wrong places. Back to what the good senator talked about, 3 of them. If you go to the courthouse, you'll be able to go to the geodetic survey. You'll see all 3 of those are in the survey, and it will note which one of them is the latest one that is the official corner. There's always one official corner if it's been resurveyed. The boundary I talked about between us and the park, Park Service surveyor came in, BLM actually, reset the entire line. Turned out that they owned a pretty good chunk of my business. Our family got into a pretty good fight. We hired more surveyors. Turned out we thought we owned the entrance station to the park. It was kind of an interesting deal. We had a little bit different meeting. And when they finally got done, we brought in 3 different surveyors. They did it. It was a whole series of corners gone. They established the line pretty close back to where it was at. Off a tree, they found it was rotted off in a riverbed. So it was kind of somewhat of a non-guess guess, I guess, on the triangulation. But that's the process. You almost never could go in a week before you hunt and say, hey, I want this corner put in, I want to go step over it. It would take a process. And I don't know of any surveys that are less than $1,000 to $5,000 to get them done by the time they get out there. Their initial survey will be done with the exact equipment we're talking about, a little more accurate. They'll do it all with a GPS type system, and then they come in and double check it off corners and run the triangulation. Takes some time to do it, so.
Senator Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, yeah, just to respond a little bit more to my colleague from Campbell County, it looks like if it's federal land, you would potentially have to get some sort of permit with the BLM and Forest Service, but there's nothing preventing people from going out and establishing these monuments, to be clear about that. And as far as what the court case said, I just want to reiterate, there was a monument there. There was a physical chain across the monument, which is why the court said you cannot prevent somebody from crossing. So let's be very clear about that. It also said that you can't trespass. And so if there's a way that we can expand upon this, further define exactly where that point is, we're talking about this, something so small, so minute, We have to be precise, and GPS can't do it. Then we can always bring another amendment to expand the options, depending on, everybody's surveying expertise in this chamber. I'm sure we can find other ways to define that exact corner. But absent this amendment, Madam Chairman, we're taking what the court did and we are massively expanding it. So imagine this very controversial issue. We've had a court ruling. Now we're gonna make a policy decision to go ahead and just throw the gates open without the other party affected being engaged really in any meaningful way, without having a more productive conversation, such as, can we have more access easements? Can we figure out a way to work together? This bill has been described inaccurately as codifying the court case, when in reality, we're massively expanding it without this amendment. So if we want to just do a quick little codification, let's pass the amendment, then we're going to continue the discussion in the interim to have some actual, opportunity for the disparate parties to come together and support a policy that everybody can live with. I think we need to have this amendment. If we're simply providing clarity, as the title suggests, we have to have this. And I'm open to other ways to provide that exact, precise, and finite point. But for now, I think this is a very good first step. I ask you to support the amendment.
Senator Landon.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to kind of bring us home on the amendment. First of all, I would push back a little bit on my colleague from just down the river. This does not throw anything wide open. We're wide open now. Without any codified law, we are operating under the 10th Circuit, which allows people to corner cross. Period, end of story. That's where we're at. Whether we pass this or not, that's going to happen. And this issue is not going away. And I could talk most of the evening about all the things that we ran into as a Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee throughout the last interim. We decided we were going to educate ourselves on what's going on out there. Habitat and wildlife issues, and the fact that our constituents are not getting licenses anymore. And the disenchantment that has led to that because they can't go hunting. All these out-of-state interests coming into our state and buying up this property, that's why we have this situation tonight, is because of the last 20 years. We've got big conglomerates coming in and buying up huge tracts of land and then putting a padlock on it. And we've got constituents out there, folks, that are getting agitated. And well pointed out by the senator from Campbell County, this is not just about hunters. This is about non-motorized trails. It's about hiking. It's about just wanting to get out and enjoy public land. What happened, the reason, now I think you understand why I voted against the Standing Committee amendment. I sympathize with my landowner friends, and I get it. It's a tough issue. But if you require these caps, listen to what the president told us. You can't find them. And that's really part of why I think the interest groups wanted this amendment, was to restrict access again. I don't blame them. I really don't. But I think it's an amendment we should kill. A couple of things. How many corners are marked? To go to the Teton County Senator, less than half. We have 2.4 million acres out there of federal land, and had testimony during the interim that less than half of those corners were probably marked. And even if they were, just like the senator from Sweetwater County said, you can't find them. Who is paying for the surveys? I think we covered that. I think that does a pretty good job, hopefully, of giving everyone a good understanding of what the Standing Committee amendment does. And I'd be glad to answer any other questions. Otherwise, I would call for the question on the Standing Committee amendment.
Okay, the question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion to adopt Standing Committee number 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no?
No.
Oh, gosh, you guys are making it hard. Let's do a standing vote. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Okay, that standing committee amendment has failed, 11 to 18. We're back now on the committee of the whole amendment. Would you like that read in, please?
Would you please, Madam
Sure.
Chairman? Thank you.
bet.
House Bill 19, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 8.
Go ahead, Senator
Madam
Landon.
Chairman, I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 19. Fellow senators, we ran out of time the other day, hurrying to try to get this bill to you out of committee. And my good friend from the mother county had helped to develop an amendment that I thought was important to add to the bill. And so I bring it to you tonight, knowing that time is short. I would just say that I think it's important that we identify and describe what constitutes state lands. There are a lot of different parcels of state land out there, and the executive level of our government thought it would be a good idea to identify this. And this also was suggested by the interest group that oversees a lot of our ranchers out there. There's a lot of trust land that we have grazing leases on, et cetera. That's really what this amendment does. It just gives a definition to what state lands are in the bill. Be glad to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would call for the question on the Committee of the Whole Amendment.
Any discussion on the committee of the whole amendment? Okay, I see none. All right. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion to adopt the committee of the whole amendment number 1 to House Bill 19, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? Okay, the committee of the whole amendment number 1 has passed. Back on the bill. Senator Jones?
Madam Chairman, I first want to say that a lot of hard work I know went into this bill, and a lot of people worked long and hard on it. I think we had our hearts in the right place, but this bill just falls short. The testimony that was given during our committee meeting was that the landowners do not want this bill. The hunters do not want this bill. And the recreationists do not want this bill. So what are we doing? Why are we passing this bill? I asked that in committee, and I'm going to ask it again, and I'm hoping to get some answers, because I can't figure out why we would move this bill forward if just only the legislators want this bill. Thank you.
Senator Scott? Oh, sorry.
Madam Chairman, a quick answer, what we're doing is wasting time. Let me make clear my point of view on this. We have a major problem out there. More and more, and particularly in the eastern part of the state, the public lands that are present, which are in many cases in good part state lands, are being locked up by landowners, mostly from out of state, who are buying the land, Madam Chairman, as a hedge against inflation. And they seem to have a tendency to put out a no trespassing sign. They enclose a bunch of the state land, and they fix it so you can't get there. They hire a manager to enforce this sign. We are losing our constituents' ability to go hunting in their own neighborhoods all across the eastern part of the state. That's a serious problem. The Game and Fish Commission is losing control of the size of our wild game herds, Madam Chairman, and that's a real problem because I have personally seen some of the damage that excessive herds can do. We are not able to manage our wildlife effectively. The western part of the state's different, there's much more of it's public. But we are in many of our areas in the eastern part, we're losing control of the herds. This corner crossing process will help a little. But because of all the practical problems that we just spent almost a half hour talking about, it is not going to solve most of the problems. We're going to have to come back and do something that is much more robust. I think we're going to have to give the Game and Fish Commission some eminent domain powers and some money to condemn access into some of the bigger blocks in public land. I think they do that a few times, they'll be able to get reasonable agreement. And I know some of my fellow landowners don't like what I'm saying at all. But I think it's something that, as a practical matter, Madam Chairman, is very much going to be needed because we are losing control of those game fields.
Senator Hicks.
Madam Chairman, real quick to my colleague from Sweetwater County, spot on. Even the entity that brought the lawsuit said this is not ready for prime time yet. They want an opportunity to work with those agricultural organizations out there and try to find something that doesn't create winners and losers. And they said, give us some time so we can work between sportsmen and landowners and try to figure this out. Because the testimony was, we don't need access to every corner, to Senator from Natrona County. We just need access to some corners. Please give us time to hopefully come back to the legislature with a win-win instead of we win, you lose scenario. This bill is a win-lose scenario.
Further discussion? Senator sorry. Let me do Senator Rothfuss and then I'll come to Senator French.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, on and for the bill, and I don't think that characterizes the feelings of the communities at all. I think the concern is you have a tremendous number of people that are recreation enthusiasts that want their access to public lands. They believe in the concept of public lands. They believe it's their lands and they're correct. Whether it's federal, whether it's the state that are appropriate, they want access. The concern they have is that this has been amended in a couple of ways that reduces that beyond what they have in case law right now. So I don't think it's that they want this bill to go down. I think they want to go back to probably the original version of the bill, which granted them rights to the land that they should have rights to. That's not very complicated, and that's not even a tough amendment. I could write that one up probably myself. Wouldn't even have to ask the attorneys, but I would. Madam Chairman, this is straightforward. And again, maybe it's not perfect at this point. I appreciate the good tall senator. Maybe we need to move that route at some point. But clarification that it is not a crime in Wyoming to corner cross is useful, and it takes Game and Fish off the hot seat. They recognize that they don't have to prosecute for that under certain conditions, and those certain conditions can be clearly established. And that's consistent with the court case that we're operating under. But Madam Chairman, what it's most consistent with is the will of the people of Wyoming. Because you can rest assured that our hunters, our fishermen, our recreational enthusiasts, they all want access to their land. The court makes it clear, the federal government makes it clear that they are entitled to access to those lands. And we have done everything as a state for hundreds of years to restrict that access, to shut it down so that only a select few, those that own the neighboring properties, will have access to it, and they can use it for whatever beneficial use they want. It is time to move legislation forward and to take a stand on behalf of the folks that want access to public lands. And if this proves insufficient, it doesn't go far enough, we can come back and we can do more. In fact, on second reading, we can do more by reversing the House amendments. That's not rocket science. And I think that's the direction we should be going. We should be reflecting the will of the people, the will of our constituents that want this access. And I do understand, Madam Chairman, that the folks that own the land that incorporates the public land do not want that. But the number of those individuals is much, much smaller than the number of individuals that want access to their land and that public land, and I think we need to look out for them. They might not have the pocketbook, but they certainly have the will.
I'll go to Senator French and then Driscoll. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Every time somebody uses the word eminent domain, I just start to shake. I think we can address this in the interim, look through this better. I get it when the folks want to access their public lands, I get it. But the eminent domain thing, I want to go fish it. So I want to use eminent domain to go in the backyard of somebody in town so I can dig up some fish worms that I don't have on my place.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you. Got my hackles up just a little bit. I'm going to correct a few misstatements that have been made. Because you join a piece of public ground doesn't mean you get to use it for any beneficial use. It's under a lease. Very specifically tells you what you can and can't do on it. Believe me, don't try to open a campground on your state ground. Don't try to take campers on it. Don't try to go on the federal ground and establish all kinds of stuff. So let's be really upfront. Let's also be upfront about something else. We talked about there's a lot more of us than there is of you. I really realize that. There's a lot less landowners than there is people out there that want to access their ground, and I agree with that. I'm one of them. You know, we go different places, I fully agree with it. But what this really does, and I can read out of the Iron Bar case if you'd like, this is a taking on a private landowner. I have no problem stepping over that corner. Zero. In fact, might just grant them a way to get there elsewise, which we have done. Where I do have a problem is you're granted a huge variance of how far off of that corner you can be, and what you've now done is a taking from mine. You've granted part of what I pay taxes on and I own, and you've said it's not stepping over the corner. It's where you think the corner's at, and we're going to grant you immunity if you're gone. And where in this bill does it say you're 100 feet off, and I think my GPS said it was here? There isn't. So what do you suppose the game warden's going to do when we're standing out there? This is going to lead to, the good senator from Bates Creek says it's wasting time. No, it's actually legalizing trespass. If you don't define it, and I will bring an amendment if we don't change it, that challenges all of you to say if you're more than probably 30 feet, and I'm open for suggestions to any of you, that you're guilty of criminal trespass and you lose your hunting rights for a decade. Let's make sure that it's just as severe on the other end as it is on both. And this isn't going to make friends out of the hunting public for me. 99.9% of them are good guys. The bad ones are the problem. And I'm going to tell you, it's a huge problem as a landowner. And the reason those gates got locked, a lot of them, was because of abuses. It was because of the good old boy didn't work. I can tell you on our ranch, many, many years, we had an Army ammo can at the gate where you drove into the ranch and you wrote your license plate number down, who you were, and we asked you to stay off the roads when they were muddy and to park on the road so you didn't make trails in our pasture. Guess what my gates are today? They're locked because we couldn't get people to quit building fires, camping. Oh, it was only me. I just drove down to the river to fish today, down there with 4 outfits, and then you pick the beer cans up. You end up with nobody there, and you know, the locals cry. Part of them get privileges, part of them get keys to the gates, part of them don't. But we got to hit a happy medium when we all get along, and this isn't a big group versus little group. It's about how we all work together to create where we have access to our ground. And I agree, it's not my ground, it's our ground, all of us. I'm one of them. By the way, it's a little what we ran into on the other side. I'm a landowner too, but I'm also a public land user. Those are my grounds along with everybody else's. And I think everybody ought to do it. I think we need to find many more access programs to get to some of those that you can't get by corner crossing. I forever have been one of those that has advocated, how do you figure out how to get into some of the big landlocked parcels? And this drives the wedge further. But I will read just a tiny bit. Cedar Point Nursery is the case that they did in Iron Bar. It's a big one. It says, Cedar Point Nursery, for example, considered a California regulation granting union organized right to access private agricultural property. Reads it, the court ruled it was a taking. And I think you're very close to this. If you're basically going out and saying, we're going to give you a variance and allow you to trespass without knowing, my belief is it's taking. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Oh. Senator Ride.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Good listening to all of this. I'm a former member of the Easter Egg Caucus Landman group back here behind me in my early days, 20 years before the President of the Senate here. And the comments from the good senator from Devil's Tower, the way I look at it here, you know, we're essentially legislating trespass if we allow this to happen. I get the arguments on both sides. I think it's a slippery slope, though. There's a lot of abuses that can happen, fence lines that aren't on the property line, you know, people claiming that they're going to a public land, but they're really going from private to private. I just don't, I can't get there on this bill, so I'm on and against. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Jones.
Madam Chairman, I just wanted to clarify a couple things. First of all, I do agree with the good senator behind me. You know, this is a partnership. It's a partnership of everybody across the state who wants to use any of our public land. And I wanted to clarify that there's more than one committee meeting. We worked this bill through the interim, and people were consistent through the interim. They did not like it. And so it's not just one group, it's not two groups, it's all the groups. People don't like this bill. We need to work on it a little bit further. I think it does need work. I think we can make it a great bill, but right now, this is not a great bill, and we would do a disservice of passing this bill.
Senator Hicks.
Madam Chairman, I'll be careful. We had some sage advice from my colleague from over the hill in the ivory towers a little earlier on a bill. It said, always be worried about the tyranny of the majority.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, let's go home with this one, if we could. Really appreciate everybody. I learned a lot. I appreciate you even more than when we started. And when your own vice chairman wants you to get rid of a bill, then maybe you ought to listen. It's really, folks, we brought this bill, I think, as far as we can bring it. I think the bill does do something. I don't think it was a waste of time. And I will tell you this, we can put this one to rest, and we can tell each other that we're going to work this and we're going to come up with something better. I'd love to see it. And I think, you know, someday you're going to have to wrestle with it, whoever is going to be in this body, because this isn't going away. This is going to bloom out. It's going to get bigger. The flower is going to get bigger because we got more and more people coming to this state, more and more people wanting to get outside, wanting to enjoy these public lands. And boy, do I appreciate my good friends that are landowners, especially the one from Devil's Tower. I got to spend some time this past year up there, and boy, really appreciate all of you. So vote your conscience, and if this bill goes quietly to rest this evening, I wish whoever well who's going to take this up in the future, because it's not going away. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, I believe the question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation of House Bill 19, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. House Bill 19 has failed. Yes. Failed committee of, failed committee of the whole. Oh, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's see, let me find it. Pursuant to SR 6-5, having failed a standing, nope, hang on, we'll get to it. Oh, standing division, yes, you're right. All those in favor, please stand. Okay. All those opposed, please stand. More than 7. All right. Now House Bill 19 has failed. It has failed the standing division. Where is it? I can't find it. Is it the SR 6-5? Yeah. Okay, I thought I had it. Haven't got to use this one for a while. Pursuant to SR 6-5, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Committee of the Whole roll call vote. House Bill number 19. Anderson? No. No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. No. Brennan? No. No. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. No. Crago? No. No. Crum? No. No. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. No. French? No. No. Guru? Aye. Aye. Hicks? No. No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. No. Jones? No. Cole? No. No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. Love? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler?
No.
No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 19, 4 ayes, 27 no.
House Bill 19, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to SR 6-5A, is deemed indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 130. Will the reading clerk read the bill?
House Bill 130, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments engrossed, an act relating to the protection of constitutional rights, sponsored by Representative Worf, referred to Committee Number 3, which returned a due pass amended recommendation, voting aye, Senators Case, Dockstader, Ide, McEwen, voting no, Senator Pappas, signed Senator McEwen, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator McEwen?
I move that when, Madam Chairman, I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 130 do pass. And there is an amendment.
Would you like to have that read in?
Please.
House Bill 130, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3, line 23.
I move that Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 be moved into House Bill 130. And I will tell you, please vote this down. We have another amendment coming up, and I'll walk you through what this amendment did, which is a lot less than what they thought and kind of damaging in a couple places.
Would you like to discuss the bill a little bit before we take the vote, or are you ready for the question?
If you're all ready for the question and the amendment, that's fine.
No. Go ahead, Senator McEwen.
What's that, Senator Anderson?
Yeah, standing committee number 1.
I stand corrected. I move standing
Oh.
committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 130.
Yeah.
And I would ask you to vote no on it. We have 2 more amendments coming. So if you're ready for the question, I am.
Senator Crago.
Yeah, sorry to spoil the party. I am not ready for the question. I guess I'd like a little explanation of what the amendment actually does, why we amended it, and why we put it in committee. See, if the committee thought it was a good idea, I'd at least like to know why the majority of the committee voted to bring the amendment and what exactly it does. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further discussion on that amendment? Go ahead, Senator McEwen.
Damn the bad luck. The first part on page 3, line 23, inserts unconstitutional for an act. Well, if an unconstitutional act is performed, it's already unconstitutional. This just muddies the language and confuses people. Lines 5 through 19. What that did was take an interested party's ability to press civil action on this. It narrows it down way too much. Page 7, line 10, delete substantially. That will increase or decrease requirements to follow state law. And it defines, as I'm learning, there's a big difference between substantially, willfully, hopefully. They all kind of sound the same to me, but they don't to a court. And then the last part of this amendment, page 7, line 15 and 16, talks about responding or conducting law enforcement activity in emergency situations. I spent 27 years in the Army, and when there were bullets flying back and forth, it was an emergency situation. I will tell you, I don't think in this case there's many situations that aren't an emergency. And that's really all this amendment does. I'd just like to clean that up, and then we'll bring a couple more amendments to tie it together. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Case.
Well, Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much. This amendment came from a group of individuals wearing badges, a very large group of individuals wearing badges that came to our committee meeting. And they didn't get everything they wanted out of their amendment because their proposed amendment was even more restrictive. But we took this and we pared down their amendment and added this. And I think there were more than 30 law enforcement members in full uniform who asked us to consider their amendment. And that's how this ended up. And they were arguing that it would provide clarity and that, and that many of this stuff isn't black and white, Madam Chairwoman. And that when they're doing their job, the existing bill is restrictive. So we owe them a little something, you know? We don't throw away an amendment by these fine professionals who are putting their life on the line for us and protecting Wyoming and in a difficult situation. So I offered the amendment in committee and it passed the committee. It's always disappointing that when you pass something in committee, then there's a little sabotage effort that comes around, to try to undo what was done. So I hope you'll give it some thought. Certainly it could need work, and I know there's a further amendment, but I'd like to talk about the merits. I think that was kind of skimming the surface. And, you know, our colleagues, funny, Madam Chairwoman, none of them wore blue. They all wear tan now, but it's not like the old days of Barney, well, not Barney, Andy, he was my hero, and he wore blue, but nobody wears blue anymore. But they were there in their dresses, their dress uniforms, and there were more than 30 of them. And they deserve some respect.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Flip over to page 9, last paragraph there where it says, nothing, well, you look at page 8, nothing in this section shall be construed to, and then you go on down. Talks about material aid, what it is, what it isn't. That covers, in my mind, emergency purposes, so therefore the portion of the standing committee amendment is not needed. I urge you to vote down the standing committee amendment. I've got a committee of the whole amendment to fix this bill, and I'll explain that later, but just trust process, vote no.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe I'm the only one here who has this problem, but the problem I have is I don't really understand the amendment or the bill. That's not to say I could probably spend some time reading these things, but to the extent that neither of them was really explained, it was just sort of a trust us, vote this down, trust us, it's a good bill. I wouldn't mind just explanations of both, like what does the bill do? We've already passed SAPA bill, this is another one. I've skimmed it, but I assume it's different from the previous one that we passed, so, or maybe it's the same, we'll find that out, maybe. So I'd like to know that, and then honestly, I would like to understand what the amendment does before I vote it down. I may well vote it down, I'm probably comfortable with that, but I don't feel like I'm going to cast an informed vote if I cast one in a couple of minutes, and maybe I'm the only person who's just not following this debate in detail, but that's where I'm at.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you. Well, since we are on the standing committee amendment, and, you know.
We're on the bill too, though. You can go to the bill.
Yeah, exactly. This got off to a wonky start, and some of us should have just stood up and explained the bill. So I'll just take the initiative, Madam Chairman, at this late hour, to take the initiative to walk you through the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 130, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments. Sound familiar? It is. Only thing different than the one I brought through here is all the names on it. And keep that in mind. That's what's important, I guess, right now at this late stage in the game. So forget about the bill we passed out of here, because I think that one is no more. So in order to have a Second Amendment Protection Act amendment bill, we're gonna have to fix this one up, make it the way mine looked about a week ago, and everything will be hunky-dory. So if you recall the debate last time, there was some amendments that I brought that fixed up the previous bill. I have an amendment to do that to this bill to make it the same. This standing committee amendment muddies the waters, so that's why I'm urging you to vote no on the standing committee amendment. But if you want me to walk through the bill line by line, page by page, I could do it. But they started out the same, they meandered. One's gonna die, because it has to. That'll be mine. I'll fall on the sword. I don't care who gets the credit for the bill, Madam Chairman. I just want the dang bill to pass. So with that, I'll sit and stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm trying to track what we're doing here, because we left that committee with the understanding law enforcement was in full support of that standing committee amendment. Now we've got an adjustment coming, and it's no disrespect for our leadership, but I want to make sure that the concerns of our law enforcement are addressed in this. That's why I'm back up and saying, are we covered there?
Senator Beitman.
Well, I think it came out in one of the committee hearings, because this is the problem with the mirror bill process. I don't necessarily like it for this exact reason, but here we are. It came out at one of the committee meetings that a question was asked of one of the law enforcement people, and they said, if we adopted all these amendments that you would like, would you still support the bill? The answer was no. So it gets to a certain point where you can basically gut your own bill and they still will oppose you, you gotta just cut bait and move on, right? You're not gonna make everybody happy. At the end of the day, it's a policy decision. What these two bills started at was where the bill that we got to the governor's desk last year, that got vetoed. And I made a commitment to the people of Wyoming, and so did the leader down the hall, that it would be a top priority for the next legislature, that we will bring that bill back, because we all wanted to go home and we didn't want to come back and override a veto. So that's where we're at. We started with that. We had a couple amendments to make this bill even better, put those in there that law enforcement agreed on, but they're not going to get everything they want, because everything they want defeats the purpose of the bill in some aspects. That's the honest truth. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the, oops, never mind.
Yeah, thank you, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Wright.
I'll just be real quick here. I was on that committee. I voted against this amendment for a lot of the reasons the good president brought here. It muddies the waters. We already passed a bill out of here. Everybody's seen it. Didn't think we needed to start over again. We got some of it out of this amendment in committee, but what's left is here, and I say I'm on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
Okay, I would say the amendment has failed. We also now have a Committee of the Whole amendment. Would you like to have that read in? Go ahead, Senator McEwen.
House Bill 130, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 5, lines 19 through 23.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to read that in and to cover it. I'll turn it back over to the good senator from up by the Sheridan area.
Senator Biteman.
Thank you. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, House Bill 30, and ask for your aye vote. Again, this just does the same thing we did on the last bill that went through this body. That was a Senate file, makes the same adjustments that I made on that bill. Ask for your consideration and stand for any questions.
Is there any discussion on the Committee of the Whole amendment?
Of course.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I'm just wondering if somebody can provide me a definition of what constitutes an interested party. Who would that be? I mean, I don't know that there's a definition in the bill. Maybe some of the legal scholars in the chamber might say, is this a term of legal construct as to what constitute an interested party for the purpose of bringing a civil action? I don't know what that is or what it does, Madam Chairman, and would hope that somebody could explain to me exactly who that might be.
Senator Jones.
Madam Chairman, I have a question. Have our law enforcement partners weighed in on this amendment?
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would really behoove us if we kind of, as we're going through this amendment, kind of track it into the bill to help us out just a little bit more. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, my question is on line 21 and following of the amendment. Sovereign immunity shall not be an affirmative defense in any action brought under this subsection. Is this opening us to major monetary settlements, or is this preventing claims that are not monetary damages but are trying to get at the substance of what we're trying to do here? What's the practical effect of that sentence?
Senator Biteman.
Thank you. I'll answer the last question first. So recall in the last debate we had on this subject, if you flip over to page 5, you'll see on line 19, you'll see D. Any agency of the state, political subdivision, or law enforcement agency that employs any officer, peace officer, who previously acted as an agent, blah, 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 blah. That's the agency portion of this bill. Remember, the C dealt with if a officer violated your rights This deals with the agency that employs the officer that violates this act. So in order to have standing against the agency, you have to say sovereign immunity shall not be affirmative defense in any action brought under this section. This applies only to that agency portion of this, because if somebody, an interested party, whether it's a citizen of the community who, say, the sheriff's office did something in violation of this act, an interested party could be a citizen of that community to stop that sheriff's department from doing this. If they have sovereign immunity, they're going to claim sovereign immunity. The judge throws it out. You don't have standing. So without that in there, that's why that's there. I hope that answers the question. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer the interested party portion, but I see one standing up right now, and I'll defer to him.
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think a couple things. One, interested party is not defined within the bill draft. It's a question we had on the previous one. I think we could work on that possibly, but as defined, I'm not sure what an interested party is either, Madam Chairman, so I don't know. The reason the sovereign immunity is coming in, there's actually two recovery methods built into this particular bill. There's an automatic $50,000 fine, and then there's also the recovery of damages. And so that's why we have to pierce sovereign immunity, and why it cannot be a defense is because there are two different recovery methods. And so I think we should all know what we're voting on. That's the answer to that, to the good senator from Natrona County. That's why we're getting rid of sovereign immunity in this bill, is because there's two different methods of recovery. The fine, and then recovery of damages, including attorney's fees, which is also built. And that's the language that the good president was talking about on the interested party. Two different mechanisms, could be connected, but don't have to be. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any further discussion on the committee of the whole amendment? Senator Hicks?
So I just want clarification on the broad interpretation of interested party. That's not necessarily, and so when we're talking about here, they're suing a jurisdiction within the state of Wyoming, a municipality or a county. That's who's going to be liable for the civil penalty plus the fine. But yet, I want to understand this. So somebody from New York or Massachusetts or California could sue one of these jurisdictions because they're an interested party. Is that correct? I'm getting a few head nods. I just want to make sure that's what we're saying. Now, the second question is, does an interested party include non-citizens of the United States? Could it be another sovereign entity around the world? I don't know, because there's no definition. So I'm assuming that would be included, that somebody could come in and a non-US resident could file a lawsuit against one of our local jurisdictions with this broad terminology.
Senator Endicott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's so many things I want to say. It's after 5, and why does it matter anyway if the Supreme Court makes a decision? They get it wrong. The courts get it wrong, so we'll just come back and do it again. So why does it matter? I'm being facetious. No, I mean, so as I've mentioned before, these bills aren't written well, even though they try. And they're full of legal challenges and loopholes. And that just is a fact. So an interested party is actually something that is familiar in the law. It's not an aggrieved party, which is notable and what would be advisable. It's an interested party. You know, sovereign immunity doesn't really matter here because there's no protection for a violation of the constitutional right in sovereign immunity or governmental immunity. But I digress. These would be federal actions in federal court for violation of constitutional rights, more likely than not, based on federal case law. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Whether or not unauthorized aliens here in this country have constitutional rights is one of those things being determined by the United States Supreme Court. And whether or not they get that right or wrong, I don't know. Dred Scott, who's to say? So if they would have standing to sue, I couldn't say, in light of the pending challenges concerning the constitutionality of their status.
Any further discussion on the committee of the whole? Senator McEwen.
I think we can work on that language on a second reading amendment. Get rid of interested party and define it better, or define interested party in the bill. What I found amazing when we heard this hearing, when we're talking about our partners, one of them actually said, the way this bill's written, a guy could shoot a guy right in front of a police officer, and we could take his gun, but we couldn't prosecute him for murder. It was pretty contentious, and they were fighting pretty hard for some stuff, and I'm glad we got rid of that amendment. But I think we can polish this up a little bit and have something good. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Pipeman.
All right, the red herrings are flying, I'll just beat them down as they come. Page 9, lines 2 through 6, law-abiding, as used in this section, previous line on page 8. Read the bill. Law-abiding citizen means a person who is not otherwise precluded under state law from possessing a firearm and shall not be construed to include any person who is not legally present in the United States or the state of Wyoming. And the interested party is defined elsewhere in Wyoming statute. For instance, 137-103, they define it as an interested party is someone whose rights, status, or legal relations are affected by a deed, will, contract, municipal ordinance, or statute authorizing them to seek a determination of validity. We can tie that in if you want. Feel free. What else am I missing here? I don't know. I'll stand for more questions.
Any further questions on the committee of the whole amendment? Okay. Question's been called then. All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion to adopt the committee of the whole amendment number 1 to House Bill 130, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? No. Okay, the amendment has passed. Back on the bill? Any discussion on the bill? Okay. Oh. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So this bill has been giving me heartburn, probably ulcers. I'm just trying to figure out why in committee, the committee voted on an amendment that when I spoke to my county sheriff said that they could live with. And now that's gone. And now none of our law enforcement is here to even weigh in on anything that we're doing to this bill currently. I'm very concerned. I am a Second Amendment supporter. Don't get me wrong on that. But we are tasking our law enforcement to put their lives on the line. And I feel like that our Second Amendment people in both bodies are not listening to the people that are putting their life on the line. And so it's just giving me a lot of heartache, and I just wanted to say that. I mean, thank you.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And the good senator from Lincoln Sublette expressed a little bit of what I'm feeling tonight, which is I'm just not completely sure where we are with the bill, and I'll be watching closely and listening carefully to try to, we've got a couple more readings to go, but that piece that was entered into the bill in committee and then we extracted it was a piece that I thought I understood was well supported by our blue line out there, and I'm just going to be listening to try to catch up to this bill. I don't feel like I'm quite caught up tonight, so thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the amendment that we just put down, the law enforcement was there, and it's my understanding that they were in agreement of this. My concern is, we haven't had feedback from them on the second one. I'm told that it does what we want it to do. I'm trying to track it in and decide if that's the case. But the party that was there to support that First Amendment at the committee level, in my mind, hasn't weighed in yet on this. So move forward with reservations that we want to get something done, but perhaps a word of caution that we need to fully involve our law enforcement as well.
Any further discussion on the bill? Okay, guess you're ready for the question. All those in favor of Senator McEwen's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the favorable recommendation of House Bill 130, please say aye. Those opposed, no? No. I believe that has passed. House Bill 130 has passed the committee of the whole. Is that it? No. I don't see any more. I see no more bills. So she is standing. Senator Nethercott.
Madam Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. No. Oh, those opposed? We don't care. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding.
That motion carried. Committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 126 engrossed, due pass, amended. House Bill 19 engrossed, failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 130 engrossed, due pass, amended. Senator Schuler, Chairman.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the whole report has been adopted. Signing of enrolled acts. Man, oh man. Senate Enrolled Act number 28.
Senate Enrolled Act number 28, original Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming State Guard.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 28, being original Senate File 67. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 29.
Senate Enrolled Act number 29 being original Wyoming State File 119, Strategic Investments and Projects Account, Repeal 2, an act relating to public funds.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 29, being original Senate File 119. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 30.
Senate Enrolled Act number 30 being original Senate File 41, Portable Benefit Accounts, an act relating to labor and employment.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 30, being original Senate File 41. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 31.
Senate Enrolled Act number 31 being original Senate File 48, Stem Cell Freedom Act, an act relating to public health and safety.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 31, being original Senate File 48. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 32.
Senate Enrolled Act number 32 being original Senate File 20, Data Privacy Government Entities, an act relating to the administration of government.
I'm about to sign Senate Rule Act number 32, being original Senate File 20. So signed. Senate Rule Act number 33.
Senate Enrolled Act number 33, being original Senate File 10, contracts for holding and treating mentally ill detainees, an act relating to criminal procedure.
About to sign Senate Rule Act number 33, being original Senate File 10. So signed. Senate Rule Act number 34.
Senate Enrolled Act number 34, being original Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services, an act relating to medical assistance and services.
I'm about to sign Senate Ruled Act number 34, being original Senate File 4. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 13.
House Enrolled Act number 13, being original House Bill 28, an act relating to crimes and offenses.
House Enrolled Act number 13, being original. About to sign House Enrolled Act number 13, being original House Bill 28. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 14.
House Enrolled Act number 14, being original House Bill 25, an act relating to Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 14, being original House Bill 25. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 20, actually, House Enrolled Act number 15.
House Enrolled Act number 15, being original House Bill 24, an act relating to review of charter school applications.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 15, being original House Bill 24. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 16.
House Enrolled Act number 16, being original House Bill 2, an act relating to city, county, state, and local powers.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 16, being original House Bill 2. I have so signed. Standing committee reports.
Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred House Bill 43, engrossed, anti-money laundering, respectfully reports same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred House Bill 157, Protection of Parental Rights, Cause of Action, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, your committee number 1, Judiciary, dated March 2nd, 2026, to whom was referred House Bill 92, engrossed, Sexual Predators Prohibited from Public Office, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Signed, or voting aye, Senators Crago, Crum, Hicks, Kolb, and Olson. Signed, Senator Olson, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 120, engrossed, Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, voting aye, Senators French, Larson, and Salazar. Excused, Senators Driscoll and Garou, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman. Mr. President, dated March 2nd, 2026, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 70, Wyoming Granite Act, respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Voting aye, Senators Driscoll, French, Larson, and Salazar. Voting no, Senator Garou, signed Senator Salazar, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Ellen, is that it? All right, Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 3rd.
All right, any announcements? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, or Mr. President, your travel committee will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, 30 minutes after the noon recess, down in E5 to discuss interim topics. That's your travel, recreation, and wildlife meeting, noon tomorrow, plus 30. And then the reminder that at 9 o'clock in the morning is the opening of the civics lab downstairs. Hope everyone can stop by and watch the students cut the ribbon on that facility at 9 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Revenue Committee will meet upon adjournment tomorrow night in room 5 to do interim topics. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Garou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two. I hope you don't mind if I do a combo. As I know you're all aware, at this very moment, folks from the Department of Health are upstairs in the appropriations room, waiting patiently for us to adjourn so we can go up for an executive session here all about House Bill 122. I have, through friends, have gone up and had asked them if they wouldn't mind. They are doing it tonight. So if you're planning on being up there, no problem. But if you would like to avail yourself of another opportunity, they will make one available for you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Right after the ribbon cutting, you can just slip right on down there, unless, and that's in the same room. So the Department of Health will be there at 9:30 tomorrow morning and as soon as we adjourn to answer questions on 122. And then, Mr. Chairman, if I might, the Joint Conference Committee on exciting House Bill, or Senate File 36, the fire nodule bill, will be in committee room number 1 at 9 a.m. Competing with the ribbon cutting, but very exciting nonetheless. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any further announcements? Seeing none, you've all heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate will stand, adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.